All right, we're ready. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior, and it's my birthday. Now, normally a lot of people organize things for their birthday. They like get other people or play collab games. Yeah, I didn't plan any of that, so yeah. How you doing? I woke up way too early and then both played single player games and then did work and then hung out with people, which is good, but you know, I feel like I've been busy all day. So we're going to read some Pathfinder books. Long story short, we're going to read some Pathfinder books because, yeah, that's about all I've got. About all I've got right now, so yeah. Birthday's going good though. I am yet another year old. You know, after the first couple thousand, it doesn't really. That's not true, honestly. I think when people say that the years don't matter, I think it's more. How to say. This year matters a lot more than years when I was younger, because when I was younger, honestly, things weren't great. Things are going better, so this year is better and the birthday means more. So, maybe some people are just like need to get out more and then their birthdays would mean more. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's so situational, so per person, am I right? But I guess what we're doing, we're going to be reading. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, hold on. Bop, 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 bop. Let's move over here so you can actually see the thingamajigga. The thingamajigga. That's the official term now. Bam! Impossible Magic. The new book, the new rulebook Pathfinder 2nd edition has put out. I have been meaning to get around to this. I've been meaning to read it, but I haven't had any time. It just came out. Well, it's being mailed out as we speak. But either way, I figure we may as well take a look. So happy birthday to me. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day yourself. Be it a birthday or no. Either way, I hope it's great. Either way, I hope it's great. So, what is Impossible Magic? Impossible Magic is a spellcaster themed book. A spellcaster themed book taking place in the Impossible Lands in the Pathfinder setting, which is a lands where a wizard war between toxic old man Yowie, between a necromancer and a wizard that definitely don't want to impress each other and would rather die than admit that one is as good as or better than the other, destroyed their part of a continent in their big old wizard war. And then the wizard disappeared and the necromancer grew so sad and lonely without him that he died, turned into a ghost, and then got ghost depression. As you do. So, the super cool mega wizard man might be coming back. I won't spoil any story, any plot that's in the book. You'll have to get in and read it yourself for that. But he might be coming back. And we can reignite the toxic old man Yowie that we all deserve. That we all deserve. Never sell yourself short. You deserve old man Yowie. Man. Oh. That reminds me, speaking of birthday stuff, this week, we're going to be pretty light this week. Obviously, that's kind of why I wanted to sneak in this stream now. Because this Monday was the day when I could sneak in a stream. Tuesday, we've got another great collab, a great Slay the Spire collab with some lovely folks. And I hope that'll be a lot of fun. Slay the Spire is always a good time. It's just so chill and good, man. It's just so chill and good. But beyond that, we'll be at Offkai Expo. So if any of you are there, reach out. Maybe we can organize something. Maybe at least I'd be happy to say hi, shake your hand, you know, give you a how you do. Something like that. So, outside of that, let's take a look at Impossible Magic. Let's take a look at Impossible Magic. Hold on. There was a thingy. Bookmarks. Perfect. Okay. So I'm skipping past a lot of the plot here. Hey, yo, cool lizard guy. Robot. Is this the Runesmith? Is the Runesmith a robot? That's sick. That's sick. Right, and we got a Summoner and a Magus. Right, Summoner and Magus got a rework in this book, so there are essentially 4 classes, 2 brand new, 2 upgraded. We got Summoner, Magus. Those are older classes that got updated and, from what I've heard, upgraded and buffed quite a bit. They did need it. And a Runesmith and a Necromancer as new classes. I tried them during the playtest. I played with a Runesmith and played as a Necromancer for a level or so in the mid-levels in a campaign, and they were, frankly, a lot of fun. So that's some cool art. Yo, I'm glad our Magus, this is the iconic Magus, by the way. I'm glad he gets a chance to be a little more slutty. You know what I mean? I'm glad he gets that chance to be a little more slutty. Hold on, let me trim this down a little. We can trim that ugly white space just a bit. There we go. There we go. Put that like there. There we go. Now, I'm glad they made him slutty, though. This guy, mega slut in Pathfinder 1st Edition. Like, dude was wearing pretty much just belts. They put more clothes on him, but, you know, we got, like, this is a good shot. He gets to show off the open shirt. I appreciate it. I don't know why his dagger's full of beads. I don't know what that's about. But good for him. Good for him. So yeah, so we got more plot stuff. We're going to skip past that. I just want to take a quick look at things. So yeah, so we're going to start with Magus, which is a reworked class, a buffed class. We can discuss some of the differences. Previously the Magus class, which is the spell sword, the warrior wizard. They specialize in doing what's called spell striking. They have the ability to cast a spell and attack with a weapon at the same time and a single dice roll. So high risk, massive reward, but in exchange for being very clunky, very slow, and pretty fragile. I've heard, and I hope, they make them a little less clunky because they can do a lot of things that's not spell striking. They're still warriors. They can still attack. They can still maneuver. They can do a lot, but people always tend to hyper focus the damaging option in a game and not understand or simply make use of utility and situational defenses, which it's one of those things that works. It works really well until it doesn't. It's a really strong strategy until you reach something you can't blast through, and then you just get absolutely crushed. Just rocked. Yeah. Alright, so pretty normal still. They get their 2 skills, they get Arcana training, medium defense, weapons. From what I'm aware, most of this stuff is the same as previous mages. Oh, that's new. Ah. They don't lose spells anymore. So previously they had a thing that I guess you would call it wave casting, where they would only have known spells of their 2 highest ranks. So they would forget 1st level spells to learn 3rd rank spells, for example. It was kind of weird. And it's like, man, I could just buy scrolls. It's not a big deal, but it felt bad. Looks like that's not the case anymore. Looks like they just keep 2 spells a rank. That's a pretty nice buff. That leaves a lot of room for buff spells and for utility. Knock, jump, staircases, illusions. mirror image, blur, just a lot of utility spells in general. So that's a pretty good bump for Magus, actually. That's a nice buff. Wow, Spell Strike. All right, is this different? This is their big thing. They're the Spell Blade. Channel a spell, deliver an attack. 1 to 2 action spell that requires an attack roll or a saving throw. Okay. So you can use saving throw spells by default. That is new. Make a melee strike with a weapon or unarmed strike. This counts as 2 attacks for your multiple attack penalty. Sure. Don't apply until you complete the spell strike. It is a magical attack. If the spell requires an attack roll, use the spell's results to determine the strike and the spell. The spell requires a save. The target of strike rolls saving throw regardless of the attack unless it's a critical failure. Ooh, okay. So previously, you had to take a feat. You had to use like a 4th level feat to cast saving throw spells at all when you spell strike. And you had to land a hit, and then they got their saving throw. So they were bad. Saving throw spells were just bad. This is better. This is much better. Saving throw spells are now your slightly lower damage, but much more consistent option on spell striking. You're going to want to use a lot of saving throw spells with good effects, like you could spell strike a Fear, a Bio Bomb, Phantasmal Killer, Confusion, a lot of things, honestly. A lot of good things to spell strike. After you spell strike, you can't do so until you recharge as a single action. You recharge as well if you cast a Conflux spell. Got it. Casting a spell of another type does not recharge. So still, Magus has not changed much. Spell strike covers most rules. Oh, they have specifics. Spell only targets only the target of the strike, including area spells. And ongoing effects only target their space. Oh, so if you fireball strike someone, it's going to only hit that guy. You're not going to blow yourself up with the fireball. Interesting. So I guess lightning bolt spell strike might be pretty good. It's a nice way to prep big area spells for general blasting, but if you need to, you can just use it to blow a guy up one-on-one. Magus needed to be unnerfed. Yeah, Magus was like fine, but some other classes were just so much better. So yeah, I think this opens up a lot of utility for them. They can pick better spells, and they can pick more spells to always have better options. This frees them up to not feel like they have to be glass cannon strikers. They can make use of their actual strength, which is strikers that are also like decent controllers and buffers at the same time. Even a little bit of debuffing as well. The arcane list covers pretty much everything, and Magus struggle to make use of that flexibility and advantage. So this is pretty good for them. Reach. Coupled spell affects a target using the reach of the weapon or unarmed strike. Gouging Claw would affect a creature beyond your reach of your hand if you use a weapon with reach. Got it. So does not matter what the spell's range is. Matters what your weapon's range is. And ancillary effects. Your spell still has non-targeted effects that might affect creatures other than the target. Okay. But not ongoing effects. Remember, any area effects like difficult terrain will only affect your target and where they're standing. This has to be a non-target effect on other people. So if you spell struck and also cast, I don't know, illusory stage to impress a crowd and make it look cool, it would still look cool to the crowd. Might not like do much, but you know, it'll still affect the crowd because it's not like a damage effect, not a terrain effect. Okay. Still affects other creatures to target. Those are ongoing effects from the motivated with strike. Scatter Screw still creates difficult space. Tangle Vine circumstance penalty still lasts for its normal duration. Spell takes effect after the strike deals damage. So it will not break Fascination and Confusion. Fascination sucks. I recommend everyone house rule that thing to be better somehow. But Confusion is useful, so that's good. Invalid or immune target. The target you hit is not valid for the spell. The spell is still used, but it fizzles. Got it. If it is immune to the attack, but not the spell, spell still goes through. Yeah. So, the only thing Spell Strike does now, it's less of a thematic spell blade, more effective, though. You don't actually have to hit with the sword. It's just that if you use an attack spell with a 2-hit roll, it uses the same 2-hit dice. But saving throw spells don't care if the sword hits. And spell shape. Even if you gain a spell shape, such as multi-class feats, you cannot spell shape with spell strike. Spell strike is not the cast a spell action and does not work with spell shape. Got it. Arcane Cascade. This is their buff stance. Cycle arcane power through your body. When you're in the stance, you do 1 extra force damage and gain resistance 1 to damage from spells. Is the damage resistance new? I think that's new. It's been a long time since I've looked at Magus in detail. I think the damage resistance is new. It's not huge, but appreciated. Magus only gets 8 hit points a level. It's kind of fragile. Appreciated. And it's hard for them to fit con into their build. Hard to build some constitution for health. Cast a spell and then enter Cascade on the same turn. You can change the damage from the stance to one other type of the spell. Oh, you can just do this now. You don't have to cast a spell to enter the stance. Okay. That is better. And thank you for the happy birthdays, everyone. I hope you are all having a great day yourself. Arcane Cascade goes hard. Yeah, that is a lot better. I like that. Hybrid Study. Boop, boop, boop. This is your style, your subclass. Inexorable Iron, the 2-handed subclass. Let's go. Alright. When you enter Arcane Cascade, if you're wielding a melee weapon in 2 hands at the start of your turn, you gain temp HP equal to half your level. Thunderous Strike and Large Earthbound Planar Tether. I'm not going to go look up the spells right away because that would be a huge pain in the butt. I'm assuming Thundering Strike is the same. Thunderous Strike. It's not great. It's like 1 action plus a focus point. Make an attack and then do a really weak cone AoE from your attack. It's just there to recharge your spell strike while swinging your weapon, realistically. So, Inexorable Iron is a good for a defensive tanky magus, not full tank. You want big hit, use a big weapon, you swing, you spell strike turn 1 or turn 2. Next turn, cast defensive spells and do a Thunderous Strike to recharge your spell strike. You're throwing out that 1 big hit a turn. You're keeping yourself alive using temp HP to help soak that incoming damage a little bit. Survive, 1 more round is all you need often. A Laughing Shadow. This is the 1-handed magus. Note, a lot of people build this with Dex. Do not have to go Dex for Laughing Shadow. It's just a 1-hand magus. It's still better with strength most of the time. While in Arcane Cascade, you gain a +5 foot speed bonus or a 10-foot speed bonus if you're unarmored. Don't do that. Don't look at me. Don't go unarmored on your magus. You do not have +5 dex. You are going to die. Wear armor. It's just 1 square of move speed. Put the shirt on. I don't care how good you look at the club. This is a knife fight. Put the shirt on. Alright. You strike off-guard creatures, your damage goes up from 1 to 3. And the extra damage is 5. If you have weapon specialization, yep, damage goes up. So notably, inexorable iron does not boost your damage. It just gives you temp health. So ideally, you're using a D12 weapon, maybe a D10 for the reach. But on Magus, I'd probably just go D12. If you're going big, man. Laughing Shadow, going up to +3 damage as opposed to... Notably, okay. So the base damage and resistance is... It only scales on weapon specialization, not based on damage dice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so Laughing Shadow... The scaling is kind of weird. Laughing Shadow is going to match or exceed an inexorable iron build. It'll match damage with inexorable iron if they're using a two-hand greatsword, but it'll do more damage than a reach inexorable iron. Laughing Shadow with a long sword in one hand does hit harder than the two-hand build against off-guard creatures. But frankly, if you're spell striking, you're playing Magus, you really want to be off guard. You really want those hits to land. You're a big gamble class. Your team needs to work together to help you make those gambles pay out. You must have your other hand completely free. Yeah. So start with potions or scrolls in the other hand and cast or drink them immediately. Now, notably, if you use a reach weapon in Laughing Shadow, you will still match or exceed the damage of inexorable iron. There are points when they get an extra damage dice and your weapon specialization hasn't caught up, that the two-hander, like a two-hand halberd wielder, will do more damage than a one-hand breaching pike wielder, both of which being reach weapons. But it's just not as much as you would think, damage-wise. They still get Dimensional Assault for the teleport and swing. Cool. At least that's what I assume. I'm not going to go look those up. Sparkling Targe. Shield block. Hell yeah. Shield Magus is super cool. When you're Arcane Cascade, you gain the Circumstance bonus from your shield to your spells against saves and magical effects, which is really good. Remember that anything, any creature, any ability, Dragon Breath, for example, if it has a magic trait, if it has Arcane, Occult, Primal, or Divine as a trait, it is a magical effect. So, magic resistance, such as Sparkling Targe, would work against it, which is a really big thing to keep you alive against nasty enemies like dragons and drakes. Damage you take from a spell or their effect can trigger shield block, so you can shield block spells. Also really good. When blocking, magic increase shield's hardness by 1 or 2 points from Arcane Cascade. So, it's still a case that in the... Sparkling Targe is really good for defense. I think it's one of the better Maguses, personally, because Spell Strike is the bulk of your damage output. Dimensional Assault was the only focus spell that got changed. Ooh, okay. We'll look that one up then. But what I was saying is, I think it's a trap on Magus to focus too hard on the damage of your weapon. Because Spell Strike does a lot of damage already because you cast a spell. So, having the strongest weapon in the world, a D8 longsword, versus a D6 Sparkling Targe Shield Bash. Granted, you can also just use the longsword of your Sparkling Targe. But if you're just shield bashing, right? It's still almost as good. And it's a difference between hitting for 50 and 45. It's a big chunk either way. It might make a difference in some fights, but I think the defense is worth it most of the time. We'll look up Dimensional Assault if that's the only one that changed. All right, so page 13, 179, Dimensional Assault. Double through a rift, you teleport to any space in range within the reach of an enemy, then make a melee strike. You attempt to bring another creature with you, it fails. Did this change? Teleport to any space in range within reach of an enemy, so you have to be in reach, then make a melee strike, and the range is half your speed. You cannot carry other creatures with you, and notably that means you cannot carry a familiar, very important. And at rank 5, so at level 9, you can teleport up to your speed. I don't know if that's different. I forget my glasses. It is getting hard to read. It is getting hard to read. You're right. You're right. Thank you, children. Thank you. So much clearer now. Your current. I'm not certain what the difference of that is, but I played with a lot of maguses. I never played them myself. Do you prefer magus or magus? How do y'all pronounce it? I know you're gonna have to type an answer, so good luck. Good luck. Reading the pain. I know, right? No one reads. That's why we read. So that, you know, you don't have to. That's why I read, so you don't have to. That's why you pay me these exorbitant college loans. Don't worry, I don't get the money either. I don't get it either. I don't know who it goes to. Not me, though. I live with they put me in a closet. It's so comfy. So comfy and dark. I'm like a brown recluse. So happy in there. So let's spend the ranged magus. This is... You can spell strike within the first range increment of your ranged weapon. Or ranged unarmed attack. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you could play an automaton with eye laser beams and just hit people with fireballs from your heat vision. That's not a good build, but I really want to do it. That's not a good build, but like, is it though? In Arcade's Cascade stance, your range attacks ignore lesser cover your allies grant to targets. Hey, this is important. Ask my players in our Pathfinder campaign tied around dreams. I create cover. People create cover. If you shoot or cast a spell at an enemy and your friend is in melee between you and them, that friend gives the enemy lesser cover. It gives them +1 to reflex saves and defense. I think very few people run that as intended. And that does, like, that is a big deal for Starlit Span. That's +1 to hit. Hide behind your friends. Exactly. Your friends make great defenses. Yeah, magus. I do agree. Magus sounds more magical. Magus, I don't know. I think it's Latin. I don't know how you pronounce Latin outside of knowing that you change things from singular to plural by adding a second I to it. So like triari turns into triarii. Octopi. Well, actually, no, octopi is weird. Octopi is the Latin plural for octopus, but octopus itself is a Greek word, and the Greek plural for octopus is, you're not gonna believe it, octopus. It doesn't have a different word for plural. Now, so reading a book. My neurons. Yes, learn, fools, learn. All right. Twisting Tree. I really want to play a Twisting Tree Magus. They're so cool, dude. Just a quarterstaff wizard beating the dog out of people. That's just too fun. Also, it's got huge Sun Wukong value, and I mean, what can I say, right? What can I say? Look at me. Of course I like Sun Wukong. Everyone does. When you wield a staff in one hand, it becomes D6 in Agile. Fantastic. When you wield a staff in two hands, it gains parry, reach, and trip. It becomes a bow staff. Really good. And once per round, for free, you can change from two hand to one hand. Twisting Tree is really freaking good, dude. It's really good. All right. Oh, this is a new one. Twofold Tine is a new subclass. Interesting. Between two weapons you wield with equally deadly great. Is this a dual wielder? Well, in Arcade Cascade, if you make a strike with a melee weapon, you can intensify the power for another melee weapon in a different hand. It is a dual wielder wizard. Okay. Until the end of your turn, any extra damage the chosen weapon gains is increased to 2. The extra damage increases to 4. Huh. Is that good? That doesn't seem good. So, okay. So that means you stab him with your main weapon. It gets 1 bonus damage. And then your off weapon, which is less accurate because it's your second attack, you know, it's a light weapon. It's going to do less damage. It's probably going to do a D6 instead of a D8. It's going to do 1 less. That damage is increased to 2. So it's the same damage as your first attack on average. That is okay, but still less damage than playing Laughing Shadow, grabbing a short sword, and just using a short sword one hand. So I'm not thrilled. But what is Force Fling? Let's look this one up. Page 14, 179. The Force Fling spell. You're wielding 2 melee weapons in different hands, or 1 melee weapon in one hand and nothing in the other. 1 action. Make a melee strike with a weapon you're holding. The target can be anywhere within 15 feet, and any physical damage is force damage. Oh, so you get a ranged attack. It's not long, but you have it. Okay. If this strikes a creature you haven't attacked yet, the multi-attack penalty is reduced. Ha. Ah, so in theory, you can spell strike for 2 actions and then force fling on someone, get your spell strike back, use an agile weapon. It's only a -6 to hit. -6 is still really bad. It's still really rough, but that's, I mean, it's a lot of dedication into damage. Not my style. But I could see people who like it. All right, and this is another new one. Volatile Spark. Crashing spells meet their match with booming gunshots and a magical fusillade. Is this Gunslinger? Is this Gun Wizard? When you use Spell Strike, you can make a ranged firearm strike as long as they're within the first range increment. This is the Gun Wizard. Let's go. Because there was Archer Wizard with Starlit Span. It works for Gun Wizard, but it's awkward. It's because guns are bad if you're not a gunslinger. Alright, so what is this? You make a ranged firearm strike. Reloading Cascade. You activate Arcane Cascade and interact to reload a firearm. Okay. Okay. Wait, hold up. If your firearm has a concussive trait, the damage from the spell you use uses the target's weakest resistance to the spell's damage type, piercing, or bludgeoning. What? Wait. So if your enemy has like resist 50 to fireball, right? Huge resistance to fire attacks. And you shoot them with a fireball and they don't resist bludgeoning, the fireball does full damage? Oh, weird. Oh, hey, Fable. Thank you. It's been a pretty nice day. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you had a great day yourself. I hope you're doing good yourself, Fable. We're just reading. We're reading Pathfinder stuff, and I'm being like, wow. I don't know if this stuff's good. It's always hard to tell. I think it's one of those things that takes a lot of practice to be able to tell if things in tabletop games are good or bad from reading them. And even then, it's very easy to think you can tell better than you can. You can really see that in like card game players. And yes, it is our birthday, so be sure to turn in your homework early because I normally cry myself to sleep on birthdays, so I won't have as much time to grade the homework today, okay? Okay. Good, just keep that in mind. Hope you're on your way to bed. Have a lovely night, Fable, and thanks for the stretch. All right, what is their spell? What's their focus spell? Booming Blast, 1 action. So you need a loaded weapon. Well, you need to be wielding a loaded weapon. Okay, make a ranged firearm strike. Regardless of it hit or not, each enemy in the emanation Must make a will save or be frightened. Oh, you get a fear spell for 1 action? So your turn 1, well, I guess turn 1 is... So turn 1 is spell shot. So yes, spell shot, and then use your special reload to reload your gun and enter your cascade. And then turn 2 is to booming blast and get that frighten on them. And now that they're frightened, you slam them with a fireball because their stats are lower. Ooh. Ooh, that's hot. That's hot. Wait, hold on. Now, their Arcane Cascade doesn't get any scaling. It's adding 1 or 2 points of damage. It's not big. But, like, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad gun wizards get something. I heard studious spells changed. So conflict spells are just Magus focus spells. The big thing is they tend to be action efficient, fairly weak, but they recharge spell strike. All right, studious spells. When you cast a studious spell, you can use Arcane Cascade as a free action as your next action. Oh. Ooh, okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And at level 11, you get haste, and then spells based on your type, and then later you get fly. That's really good. I think in other multiverse, there's a VTuber called Count Common. Count Common's a pretty good name. It's got better alliteration than Lord Generic, so honestly, it's a better name than what I got. A smarter fella would have, like, you know, some most VTubers, this is a complete aside, most VTubers have like people names. There's a reason for it. It's not just because, you know, they want to be, this is, you know, them as a person on the internet, so having a name makes sense, but it's for something that you call SEO, search engine optimization. My SEO is garbage. What that means is when you try to Google my name, you want me to show up. Lord Generic isn't very good for SEO because a lot of people type generic Lord for things like Total War games and stuff like that. It's kind of part of the joke, but because of the joke, it makes it a bad name. Do I care? Do I look like someone who cares? Duke Default, Baron, Normie. Duke Default's pretty good as well. I think Baron Normie's lacking the alliteration. And the Professor Treasury's empty again. Don't worry about my treasuries. I have delightful means of various levels of licidity. So you don't need to worry about me. I'm stealing sandwiches from the cafeteria. When they throw them out, I'm doing fine. All right, so yeah, so studious spells let you cast Arcane Cascade as free, which is pretty good. If you can cast a buff spell and then get a second damage buff, that explains that Arcane Cascade is fairly low impact. It's fairly weak, but that's fine because it's not a full action of power. Beyond that, they're spellcasters. It's nothing else, much else has changed. They're warriors and spells. What is this? Level 19. Double spell strike. At level 19, once per day, you can spell strike with 2 spells instead of 1. The combined rank of the spells must be 10 or less. Ah. Interesting. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, normally for a class revamp, I wouldn't look at the feats too much. We'll just go through real fast. I heard Magus got better feats. I heard they got, like, much better feats. Arcane Fist is just you can punch. Familiar is a familiar. First level feats. Is Raise a Tome do anything yet? This feat was atrocious. When you have a book rage, you get a +2 bonus to AC and +1 bonus to recall knowledge. I think it used to be a +1 bonus to AC, so that is better. Raise a tome is better. Still bad. You can shield block. Oh, you can put a reinforcing ruin onto the book. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. It's still bad. Because I can't think of any reason you would actually use a book in combat. I don't think there's any reason to carry a book over a shield, but it's really cool. It's really cool, so I'm happy for it. I'm very happy for it. All right, second level, cantrips, familiars, expansive spell strike. What does this do now? When you spell strike for a spell that is an area, the spell creates the area. Okay. Okay, so expansive spell strike used to let you cast saving throw spells at all. Now it lets AoE spells become AoE once again. Okay, not needed, not huge. Great for the ranged maguses. They love expansive spell strike, but for the melee guys, it was never really a big deal. Force Fang, this is probably your goated magus spell. It's magic missile that reloads your spell strike. Spell Parry, raise your guard with one hand, +1 bonus to AC and saving throws against spells. It's okay, but you could cast a shield spell because you're a wizard. Alright, yep, most of these are whatever. Burning Cascade. When you use Arcane Cascade at level 4, each enemy in an emanation takes damage equal to the extra damage. That's like 1 point of damage. Maybe 2. I'm not sure if this is supposed to scale with the stances that do more damage on unlike Laughing Shadow that gets 3 damage instead of 1. That's better. It's like a very passive feat. Not my thing. Not my thing. Says right here. Feats like Burning Cascade have values dependent on Arcane Strike. Note that abilities that can increase the extra damage apply only to strikes. Oh. Yeah. So Burning Cascade does 1, 2, or 3 extra damage ever. I mean, if they're weak to some kind of element and you cast that element to spell, then you do get to trigger their weakness. That might get you another 5 or 10 damage. Not exciting. Devastating spell strike. Ooh, was this? Inexorable Iron? Make a spell strike with a spell that can deal damage. Enemies in a 5-foot emanation around the target take 2 damage of the same damage type your spell can deal. If you're an Arcane Cascade, it gains bonus damage equal to the extra damage. So it does like 3? I mean, it is an upgrade. It is an upgrade to your spell striking. Also, they give every study a level 4 unique feat. Okay, that's good. Magus had really bad feats. Devastating Spell Strike, it kind of helps alongside your focus spell to keep spamming out small amounts of chip damage, AoE. I'm not huge on, again, like 2 or 3 points of damage. It's okay. Distracting Spell Strike. So what's Laughing Shadow get? Make a spell strike and feint. Execute your feint before making the strike, but after choosing your target. Oh, so you get a free feint. Helps you get off guard. That's very good. That's an extra action worth of value. Your Arcane Cascade, you get a stats bonus to your feint. Very good. That's excellent. There is a downside. Magus. No Magus has a high charisma. Who are we kidding? You already got to pump your strength, your constitution, and hopefully pick up intelligence. And if you dump wisdom for a point of charisma, who, buddy? So it's not going to work as much as you'd hope. Emergency Charge level 4. It's raise a shield or cast shield when something swings at you. Fantastic. Exploding Bullet for the Gun Wizard. Wielding an unloaded firearm. Okay, 1 action. Load your bullet with magic. Got it. So same thing gun witches do. Interact to load it. When you shoot this round, you choose fire or sonic. The strike gains the arcane trait and the energy trait. It gains scatter 5 feet or gets a +1 bonus to splash damage if it already had scatter. Ooh, you get some splash damage. And it's either fire or sonic splash damage. Okay. That's pretty cool. See, I like how it's the same as Devastating Spell Strike, but now I'm interested because you're already loading your gun anyways. So I'm like, all right, now I feel like it's good. Recharging Flurry. All right. 2 weapons need some kind of advantage. Make 1 strike with each weapon, then recharge Spell Strike. Their second strike targets a creature you have not attacked yet. Its multiple attack penalty is Why do they want the 2-weapon Magus to be targeting 2 separate guys? Weird. That's like a bad place for a 2-weapon wielder to be surrounded. It's cool for them to swing at multiple guys, but like that's a really bad place to be. You're going to get mulched as a fragile wizard. Running recharge. Oh, you can run and reload your spell strike. That's fantastic. That's legitimately insanely good. Like actually. Starlit eyes for the archers. You make a range strike, lower the DC of flat check on concealed and hidden enemies. Sure. Whatever. Alright, Striker Scroll, Student of the Staff. Oh, I think this is an old one for Twisting Tree. It's still there, still excellent. Your staff gains deadly D6, so you have deadly in your quarterstaff, and you can put property runes on magic staves. So good, dude. So good. Yeah. Yeah. That's just, that's so good. Deadly D6? That's fantastic. On a D8 reach parry trip weapon. Alright. Knowledge is power. Good. Hey, this is a good one. When you crit succeed, recall knowledge, you get bonus defenses. And, yeah. You and your party get bonus defenses. Not bad. Reactive strike. Shielded tome. What is this? You can fuse a shield into your book. The shield appears in the book as an elaborate bookmark. When the 2 are fused, the book shares the shield stats. It also shields activation benefits such as, oh, you can put special magic shields in and you still get the bonuses. Ah. That's not worth a level 6 feat. You just invested a level 1 and a level 6 feat to not carry a shield, but to carry a book because it's sick. Now, first off, it's really cool. So that is worth it. That is worth it. It's more fun to do. But like, that's really expensive. Ooh, spell crash. Okay. So when you spell strike, you smash your weapon fist into ground, expend a spell. Magic of the spell explodes in your choice of 20 foot, 30 foot, or 60 foot line. Each creature in the area takes 1d10. Oh, you can just convert your spells into an AoE. Oh, you just spell strike the ground and hit them with an AoE. Oh. Huh. Thanks for the stretch and the hydrate. That's good to know. Okay. So retaliation, you succeed at a saving throw or an enemy fails a spell attack roll, you recharge. Sure. Capture magic level 8. Succeed your save or they miss you. You enter Arcane Cascade. If you're already in it, get bonus damage on Arcane Cascade. You probably have a plan to enter it already. Fuse staff, it's great for weapon wielders, so you can put a staff in your sword. Runic impression. Huh. Okay. Spell swipe. Level 8, this is your cleave. Well, thank you. Thank you for the happy birthdays, everyone. Spell swipe is your cleave bonus. Sure, does this work the same? If your spell could affect 2 or more targets, the spell affects whichever foes you hit, not just the first target. Otherwise, choose 1 target. Yeah, there's not a lot of spells that spell swipe works on. I guess now that you can use AoE saving throw spells, you can spell swipe with a fireball or a lightning bolt, and you can pick both of them to make them make saving throws. So spell swipe is a lot better because of that, because before there were very few things you could use. Cascading Ray. Oh, is this a dual wielder? This is a dual wield Magus. I don't get it. A reactive strike on a dual wield Magus. Interesting. I don't get it myself, but there it is. Cascading Ray, Dazzling Block. A lot of these are pretty much the same. Dimensional Disappearance. You need to be Laughing Shadow. When you cast Dimensional Assault, you're affected by invisibility. You can choose not to make a strike. If you do, it ends. Oh! Wow, that's really good. So invisibility always makes your enemy off guard to you unless they have precise senses. Like precise senses like smell or hearing or something, which is not precise normally. Being able to go invisible, that means they're always off guard. Fantastic. But you cannot attack now and stay invisible. You can just take like subtle spell from a wizard archetype. You could use this to do stealth missions and role playing and just teleport to guards you see but become invisible as you literally teleport behind them. Ooh, that's good for stealth missions. Kill Shots Report. That's a sick name. Your spell strike reduces enemies to 0, which will happen a lot. Choose a secondary target within 10 feet of the guy you just took down. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. The secondary target is affected by the spell you used on your spell strike? You use the same strike result. Well, if you hit the first guy, it probably hits the second guy, right? If the second target was already affected by an AoE spell, it can't be affected second time. Oh, that's good. Oh, you stack a big spell shot and then you get a spell shot a second guy, guaranteed. Ooh. Gun Magus is looking kind of good. Looks like they gave everyone level 10 feats. Okay. Well, that certainly makes it easy to build Maguses, I guess. Lunging Spell Strike. Make a spell strike with a staff. Increase the staff's reach by 5 feet times the spell's rank. Yes, right. The Monkey King spell strike. I think that's an old one. Meteoric for Bow Mage. Meteoric Spell Strike. Make a ranged spell strike. The spell you cast can't be a cantrip or focus spell. Each creature in a line between you and the target takes damage equal to double the spell's rank. Interesting. It becomes a little line AoE on top. Looks like they gave mages a lot of ways to put out chip damage onto their buddies. Which ain't bad. Rapid Recharge. Sure. Split Spell Strike. Alright, what does Dual Wield has not impressed me yet. Make a spell strike with its spell that can target at least 2 creatures or has an area. Right, so it's like Spell Strike Cleave. You can make 2 melee strikes. Each must be made with a different weapon and target a different creature. They really want Dual Wield Magus to be surrounded. If the enemy is not flanking you as a Dual Wield Magus, you are doing your job wrong. Get used to that shield spell, buddy. You're going to be casting it a lot. A lot. I mean, getting 2 full attacks and 2 spells off for 2 actions is like 6 actions of value. It's insane. You Increase multiple attack penalty normally rather than increasing it for spell strike as a whole. Oh, so the second strike still has a -4 to hit. I think spell swipe's better. I think the level 8 spell swipe is better. It's easier to land split spell strike because they don't have to be adjacent, but like it has multi-attack penalty. I don't like it. Sustaining Steel, two-hand boys. Whenever you cast a spell from a spell slot, you regain hit points equal to its rank and end persistent void damage. If you're an arcane cascade, the healing is equal to double the spell's rank. Okay, that's a lot of free healing. That's a lot of free healing. Okay. Sure. Not bad. Not bad. Now, you have to use a spell slot. It won't heal you when you use a scroll. Good to know. Good to know. Conflux Focus. All right, level 12. Overwhelming Spell Strike. Sprinting Spell Strike. 2 actions. Make a spell strike. Cast. Yeah, Cozy Cabin can heal you. Summoning a Hot Springs to heal you can heal you. Now we're talking. Yeah, sprinting spell strike. Magic propels you across the battlefield. Make a spell strike, casting a spell with a line area. Before making your strike, stride in a straight line up to the line spells. So you cast Lightning Bolt. So you do a Lightning Bolt spell strike and you ride the lightning. Your Kai Kisk, you move with the lightning bolt through your enemies. And it's before making your strike, you stride in a straight line. So you can use this. If your lightning bolt's 100 feet, you can use this to hit a guy 100 feet away from you. Yep. Ooh. If you have expansive spell strike, the area can be... The spell's area uses the line of your movement instead of the normal line. So it's always a line. It turns anything into a line. That's a lot of movement. That's a lot of movement in your spell strike. And more importantly, it's sexy as hell. So I'd probably go for that just for the style. Just for the style. You are playing a style wizard after all. Arcane Shroud. Choose 3 spells. When you use, 3 defense spells, okay. When you use Arcane Cascade, choose one of the spells. You're affected by this spell until the end of your next turn. Ah. Okay. Are they... If you're 18th level, False Vitality and Resist Energy become 4th rank. Well, Arcane Cascade's a lot easier to use now, so Arcane Shroud is much better for defense. Still only lasts for 1 round, which sucks. Hasted Assault, yeah, that hastes you. Spell Parry. You can parry, yeah, whatever. I was looking for the new stuff. Disrupting Spell Strike is whatever, that dispels magic. Resounding Cascade. When you enter Arcane Cascade stance, the extra damage resistant becomes a 5-foot emanation. If that was like a 15-foot aura, I would like it. A 5-foot emanation means they have to be right on your ass, so you're both getting blown up by fireball. I think the fact that they take 3 less damage from fireball at level 16 is not going to matter. I think that's not going to matter at all. 18th level, Stolen Spell. You crit succeed a save. You can cast said spell 1 time for the end of your next turn. Got it. Cool. Versatile Spell Strike. Use up a spell slot in the morning. When you make a spell strike, expend the spell slot to use any spell 2 ranks lower than the slot's rank. The high-level feats are not much better. It's just the low-level feats that are good. Feats up to level 10 got a huge glow-up because there's actually feats in there now. And Whirlwind Spell, the sexiest of them all. 3 actions to spell strike everyone in melee range. You're level 20, you might have a good melee range, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of hard. You can't exactly grow giant like a barbarian. Anyways. Ooh, alright. That's Magus, though. Let's get on to Necromancer. Let's get on to the good stuff. Let's go into good stuff. Oh, I gotta find a thingamajiggy. On Twitch. Boop. There we go. Perfect. All right. Necromancer. This is what interests me. I played Necromancer class. Really cool. Really cool. They're focused on summoning hordes of disposable minions that you then explode. So this is a Diablo Osteo Necromancer. This is a Diablo Bone Shard spam Necromancer. Not a summon minions and just sit back and let them win kind of Necromancer. No. This is a Bone Shard explosion spam Necromancer, specifically. In D&D and Pathfinder terms, he has few spell slots, but a ton of powerful focus spells. All right. Simple weapons, light armor. Kind of surprised it gave him 8 HP and light armor. It feels like more than he needs, but I ain't saying no. I won't lie, new spellcasters tend to get a lot more power budget than the original crew. Yep. All right, you get spells. They are spells. Dirge, your occult spells. Your dirge contains your choice. You pull forth every morning. You pull 4 pieces of your dirge to vocalize the spells. So you are a prepared caster. Your dirge contains 8 occult cantrips, the harm spell, and 4 other first rank spells of your choice to start the game. So you always get harm, and it is an occult spell. Makes sense. It's the Necromancer healing spell for undead. So you kind of need that. Every time you gain a level, you add 2 spells to your dirge. Interesting. So you learn 2 spells on level up. Okay. And yes, they get 1 to 2 spells per rank. Not a lot of spells. But they don't need it, because they have grave spells. They have their focus spells, which kick a butt. And they get a cantrip to summon dudes. You're in Create Thrall and Thrall Charge. I don't know what Thrall Charge is. Let's look that one up. All right, so we're on 29, 181, 184. So 181, we're going to have to look up these a lot. Create Thrall. You either create 2 Thralls or create 1 Thrall and then he punches. That's pretty good, actually. You can make 2 Thralls instead of punching. So, Necromancer spells are really strong, by the way. Thrall Charge. Urge a Thrall for 2 actions to move and attack. You command the target to stride and then make a strike. You can then destroy the Thrall to add a bonus equal to your spell rank to the strike's damage. So it's a if you don't have 29. So if you don't have focus points left, if you have useless zombies, instead of just summoning new zombies, charge them at people. Sure, it's not big, but you don't want your fights to last that long anyways on Necro. All right, fatal method. You pick 1 fatal method. So this is your subclass: Puppeteer or Reaper. Okay. Puppeteer, once per day, free action. You're out of focus points, eat a zombie, get a focus point. Thrall proliferation. Once per round, when you cast Create Thrall, create 1 additional Thrall. Ooh, that means you can make 3 dudes for 1 action. That's not bad. Or 2 dudes in a swing. That's pretty good. Now, notably, the zombies use your multi-attack penalty. They're weak, but they do punch. They do punch when you summon them. So, what does Reaper get to be worth using? Reapers get martial weapons and medium armor, which is really cool. They are hybrid warriors, which is sick for Death Knights, right? Death Knight build. But if you're already punching with Puppeteer, is that worth it? So once per round, when you cast Create Thrall, you can make a melee strike against a creature in your reach that is adjacent to a Thrall. Okay. So the idea is if you're using a big weapon, so it has to be in your reach and adjacent to a Thrall, but using a two-hand weapon, preferably a D12 weapon, because your damage is kind of lacking on this kind of class, so you're probably going to want the bigger damage. Throwing D12s instead of D6s from the Thrall, that is a big deal. Getting the strength bonus, that is a big deal. That's going to add a lot more punch to your turn. Just be careful what your Grave Fascination is, which is your other subclass. So basically, this is like Cloistered Cleric versus War Priest. In fact, I'd say it's almost identical. You're either going better spells or better weapons. So Blood Fascination, this is your real subclass. This is the kind of Zambo you summon. Blood Necromancers, they get the Blood Infusion spell, and you often summon either Blood Constructs or Tiny Vampire Boys. Your Thralls are enhanced with a drop of your blood. When a Thrall is destroyed, regain 1 hit point. I like that they say regain and not heal. There's no difference, but it's much more thematic. At rank 5 and above, gain more. So every 4 levels, get more healing. Okay. So a Blood Necromancer that is a Reaper. You get decent armor, you get decent weapons, and you get a lot of healing. Minor healing, but healing nonetheless from your horde of zombos. That's not terrible. But it's also not a lot of health. But it's not terrible. I could see it. What is Blood Infusion? So we're on page 30. We're going to have to do this constantly. You know what? Let's look through all of them. We'll have to look through all of them. Bone Necromancer. So the bony boys, they get Bone Spear. I know what that one is. Increase your Thrall's speed by 5 feet. That seems bad. Because I know people complain that the zombies weren't moving, that you just keep summoning new ones. But yeah, it is better to just summon more zombies rather than move the ones you have. It is just better to keep summoning more. So I don't think Bone is particularly good. I think Bone Spear is an attack roll to stab someone, but we'll check it out. Flesh zombies get dead weight, which I think is a debuff. They summon their Zambos. You make use of destroyed Thrall's flesh. When Thralls are destroyed, they can leave difficult terrain. That is good. Flesh is pretty good at being annoying. Spirit Necromancer summons ghosts, and you get the life tap. Whenever your Thrall strikes, so don't play... Okay, so Spirit, don't play Reaper. Play Puppeteer. Because you need the spirits to punch. You can choose that damage to be Spirit or Void instead of physical. Yeah, so Spirit, if you want to summon ghosts, go Puppeteer. If you want to stab them yourself, go Blood Mage. Honestly, good thematic design. Good choices on Paizo's part. That makes sense for a Reaper and Puppeteer to prefer. Let's check out these basic spells they get. Life Tap, Dead Weight. They're kind of scattered. Oh, for a world where these were reprinted over and over, but I get it. Would be too much. All right. Blood Infusion for Blood Boys. 2 actions, targets a Thrall for a minute. You pull blood and fluid from a Thrall before putting it into a creature. Then slowly and painfully extract the blood from that creature. A creature within 15 feet of a Thrall. So remember, all Necromancer spells blow up a zombie. Every Necromancer focus spell blows up a Thrall to cast it. Creature within 15 feet of your Thrall becomes filled with blood. They must make a Fortitude save. Target loses any immunity to bleed on success and is considered to have blood and takes 1 bleed. And if they fail, they take a d6 of bleed per rank. Oh. The good persistent bleed hit. Okay. Not bad. There is a witch, there is a type of primal witch that has a shark patron that lets you summon swarms of shark tornadoes that do bonus damage to bleeding enemies. That would be a very good combo with blood infusion. Outside of that, bleed is whatever. Bone spear, blow up a thrall, 15 foot, reflex save for 2d6. Okay, bone spear is not an attack roll. Good, this was an attack roll before. I'm glad Paizo realized that an attack roll was bad when you want the zombies to swing as well. Thank you, Paizo. Very cool. Very cool. Basic attack, though. Dead weight. The zombies. What do zombies do? Throw the thrall, so zombie destroys itself, but diffuses onto a target within 15 feet. If they succeed a fortitude save, they are off guard for 1 round. If they fail, they are slowed 1. Oh. Oh, your first level focus spell applies slowed 1, you say? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. I don't know what else to say. That's sexy. Ooh, they have a lot of focus spells here. A lot. So page 1. Where's the spirit one? Life tap. Here we go. Fortitude. Drain a creature from 30 feet. If they succeed the fortitude save, they are drained 1 but recovers in 1 minute. You or an ally of choice regains hit points equal to double the amount they lost. Wait, but drained 1 does damage equal to their level, so you heal for double their level? If they fail to save, they're drained 2? Oh my god. That's really good. Wow. Alright, I think Ghost Necromancers have the best basic focus spell. Being able to just on-demand drain people? Like, zombies get a slow, that is good, but drain is really rare. Drain is super rare, and if you're spamming fortitude spells, that's hot. Ooh, I think Spirit Necromancer takes the cake here. I think they do. I would say Spirit's probably the coolest. Blood is funny, could get good long-term value. I think blood and flesh are harder to use. Bone is your basic blast spell. I think Spirit Necromancer has the best one of the basic focus spells. Mastery of Life and Death, your... Yeah, so your harm spells can damage the undead instead of heal them if you choose. Cool. Undead lore, you get undead lore. Because you're a necromancer. Fair enough. Fair enough. Inevitable return. A small or medium enemy within 30 feet of you dies, immediately turn them into a zombie. Neat. Mental ward, you get bonus will saves. You're good against haunts. That's cute. Otherwise, pretty normal abilities. You're a caster. Oh, you get weapon specialization at level 13. So you get druid level proficiency. I do love druids. Speaking of which, I am done writing up my druid slides. I now need to go record the druid video. I'm going to try and find some time to make myself do that. I think that'll be worth it. Get a druid video out and then maybe work on some Lancer videos. Do some intros to Lancers, explanation for new players, new GMs. I really want to make videos for GMs for Lancers. Because game mastering for Lancer is... It's not hard, but it's confusing. There aren't as many resources for it. I think that's something that would be really valuable. And we'll do some player stuff as well, because People watch player stuff more, and you need players for a game master. Epitaph, you get your 10th level spell. Yeah. All right, normal wizard things. They do get weapon specialization, which makes sense for Reapers. They do need a little bit of scaling damage. I mean, it's 2 points, but like they'll be like, oh, thank God. All right, now they do get cool. They do get cool feats. Death Speaker. You can talk to the undead. Meh. Hollowed Dead. You are interesting. You're an anti-necromancy necromancer. You gain the holy trait. Strikes your thralls make are holy and do 1 additional spirit damage. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. If you're in a demon-heavy campaign, this means your zombie punches are going to trigger the demon's holy weakness. That's something like 5, 6, 10 points of damage on the demon. That's fantastic, actually. This is... Hollowed Dead is good. Campaign specific, but good. And like, hey, 1 extra damage. The zombies don't do a lot. 1 point, not a lot. You will be throwing a lot of zombie punches. You throw a lot of zombie punches, though. Reach of the Dead. All right, it's a spell shape. If you're not familiar, the word spell shape is Paizo's term for meta magic. It alters a spell. Next action, you use to cast a spell that has range. You can start the spell's range from a zombie within 60 feet. So you can extend range of your guys, calculate range and cover from the zombie. Not bad. Good night. All right, go ahead and get your rest. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, and speaking of dropping by, hey, y'all, if you're new, welcome in. I'm Lord Generic. It's my birthday. We're reading a book because I didn't prep anything else. This is our chance to read Impossible Magic, but if you like tabletop RPGs, I also love them. Be sure and follow me on YouTube and Twitch. And if you really like Pathfinder, make sure you check me out on Lord Generic RPG on YouTube, which is where I put my real Pathfinder videos. This channel, Normal Lord Generic, is mostly for streams. But hey, I mean, follow both. Why not? Haha. Unholy Dead. You get unholy damage. It's the same thing. I don't know anyone that has an anti-angel campaign, but I'm sure someone will like it at some point. That's the problem with making holy enemies. Most people just don't fight them. And where's the fun in that? Make your players fight angels. It's more fun. Widespread fascination. You learn the grave spell for... Oh, you get a focus spell for one of the other subclasses. Oh. Alright, that's very good. That's very good. So anyone can tap the ghost focus spell to drain on command, because that's drain plus healing. It's so clutch. Alright, Bone Speaker, rank 2. You can recall knowledge on living creatures with skeletons. You can only learn things based on their biology, not learned abilities or items. That's a very, very good feat. You can just recall knowledge on most living creatures. Not all, not oozes or jellyfish. Do we count exoskeletons? They have the word skeleton, so yes on bugs. Arguably. Talk to your GM. That's really good for a 2nd level feat, though. That's a lot of recall knowledge potential. Bone Spear. Bro, why your eyes closed? Open your eyes, brother. You missed because you closed your eyes. Conceal spell. Wait. So level 2. If your next action is cast a spell, it gains a subtle trait. Ooh, that's good. I think Conceal Spell. This isn't a good combat spell. Well, actually, it can be a good combat spell. They don't know you're casting a spell. They can't make a reactive strike. Fantastic. But this is a really good roleplay feat. Being able to use wizard spells, different spells, and them not knowing you're doing it is really good for role-playing, man. Looks like level 2 Necromancer feats are really competitive. Hey, Golden. Hope you're doing well. Deathly Scream. Ooh, what is Deathly Scream? That's a new one. I'm on page 34. Deathly Scream. Blow up a thrall for a will save. Each creature within 5 feet emanation of the thrall take a d4 of damage per rank. And if they fail, they're frightened 1. It's okay. I think your basic spells are better. Draining Strike. Okay. Make a strike. This counts as 2 attacks on a success. Okay. Only on success for 1 action. That's good. Destroy a thrall to have your strike do an extra d6 of spirit damage. Regain HP equal to spirit drained. At level 10 and 18, you can blow up more thralls to do more damage. Okay, that's good. So if you go Blood Necromancer on a Reaper and you Draining Strike on people, you can get a lot of healing. You stack a bunch of thralls and you use them as a blood bank as you heal up off them. You're getting 1d6 plus 1 healing at low levels. At mid levels, that's like 2d6 plus 2, 2d6 plus 3 healing. It's not huge, but it's nice. It's pretty nice. It's a fun playstyle. Don't use it to tank a mega boss, but it is a fun playstyle. All right. Enhanced Undead Familiar. Whatever. Invert Harm. Harm spells can heal living creatures. Okay. I mean, it has use, but you get 2 spell slots per rank, brother. Muscle Barrier. Muscle Barrier is an amazing focus spell. I hope it hasn't changed. That's the one I would be wanting to take. Oh, it's so good. Blow up a zombie, wrap their body around your buddy, and he gets 10 temp HP per rank. Per rank. And a bonus athletics. Doesn't even matter, though. 10 temp HP is insane. Think about it. That means if you're level 5, you have rank 3 spells. Look at your rogue, and you're like, ooh, rogue might be taking some fire, right? Rogue might be getting hit. 30 temp health. How much health does the level 5 rogue have? Like 50? Probably like 50. You just looked at him and went, give him 60% more HP. Insane. Insane, dude. Muscle Barrier rules. Song of the Soul. 184. Song of the Soul. What is that? What's that focus spell? Blow up a thrall. You turn them into an instrument. Choose 1 living or undead creature. They regain 1d8 hit points and gain fast healing 1 as long as they're next to the transformed thrall within 15 feet. For 1 minute. Okay. So Song of the Soul for real healing. Out of combat, good healing. That's horrifying. Muscle Barrier for in combat, you're shielded, you're powered up. Get in there. I think Muscle Barrier is stronger, but Song of the Soul has more out of combat utility. Personally, Muscle Barrier is my pick because it's so good. It's so good. All right, 4th rank, Body Shield. Someone jumps you and you're next to a thrall. The thrall jumps in the way, gives you a shield of resistance, and you gain resistance equal to your level because of the thrall. Yep. Bony Barrage. You launch a massive barrage of bones. You get Bony Barrage. That's a 2d6 cone AoE. It's just a better Bone Spear. Shorter range, wider shot, but it's similar to Bone Spear. So, if you need a blasting spell, Bony Barrage is a good pick. That reminds me, did I miss something? I remember reading that all necromancers get the bomb focus spell? Or something like that? You gained the necrotic bomb grave spell at first level. Therefore you started with 2 focus spells. Okay. Okay, so necrotic bomb is... Good thing I checked that. They don't say where it is. Whatever. Necrotic bomb is to blow up a zombie as a bomb. It's corpse bomb. It's exactly what it sounds like. So you don't need Bony Barrage. This is if you want the cone AoE. You already have necrotic bomb for generic creature exploding. Sure. But like the higher level focus spells will generally be better than necrotic bomb. All right, Ghostly Stride. You stride half your speed, do not trigger reactions. Fantastic on a caster. Hot dog. That's really nice on a caster, and you can move through enemies. That's good. Necromancers get good feats. It's going to be very hard to justify taking archetypes on them if you're not free archetype, if you're not playing with free archetype, because their feats are fire. Mobile thralls. Any thrall now has a speed. So skeleton boys are going to want mobile thralls. Anytime you let the thrall stride, it can swim or climb or fly. Well, I don't know if they need mobile thralls. I wouldn't be surprised if they did pick it, though. Osteo Armaments. Create a +1 striking weapon for 1 action. This weapon requires ammo. You get ammo. Okay. So this lets you, at 8th level, you can blow up a thrall to get a better weapon. It's such a specific feat. It's really cool. It's incredibly action inefficient. Unbelievably action inefficient. Granted, it lasts for a weapon, or it lasts for an hour. It lasts for an hour, so you can arguably just carry your bone greatsword around at all times. Thank you for the happy birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You can just carry your bone greatsword around. And what's nice about it is that it does mean you don't need to invest money into a weapon to play a Reaper. You want to play a Death Knight, you don't need to spend money on your weapon. That's big because that means you can spend money on your staff, spend money on wands, scrolls, potions, nice armor, all the other things you want to spend money on. Money is a resource, and being able to free up cash while still having good weapons is quite valuable. Overwhelming Harm. When you cast 3-action Harm, you can make it a 60-foot emanation. That's crazy. I don't know why you need that much AoE, but good on you. Vampiric Spell. Ooh. Your next action is a spell that deals damage. You gain temp HP equal to half the initial damage a single creature took. That's really good. That's really good. Ooh, Vampiric Spell works on your focus spells. Vampiric Spell works on your Grave Bomb. You can blow up a thrall, hit a bunch of dudes with the damage wave, and get temp health. The self-heal tank temp health generating Necromancer build is taking form in my mind as we speak, and it seems pretty good. It seems pretty good. Void Siphon, resist negative energy, sure. Bind Heroic Spirit. Oh, they made this level 6. Interesting. 35. Bind Heroic Spirit does, for 1 minute, 2 actions, blow up a thrall, so it's 3 actions in reality. Give yourself heroism, +1 to attack rolls and saving throws. When you critically hit with a strike, you create a thrall. All right. Not bad. It is there for that warrior necromancer. I don't know if it's amazing. I'm going to be honest. You could just open the fight with a Scroll of Bless. You could open the fight by casting a Scroll of Bless, and that would buff your friends as well. It buffed the rest of the party as well. Bless scrolls cost 4 gold. That's all I'm saying. It costs 4 gold. And, you know, saves you a focus point. Focus points are really good. You'd be taking Bloody Tendrils. Also saves you a 6th rank feat, which is really good. Let's look at... Alright, so what's Bloody Tendrils? Bloody Tendrils. 1 minute conjure. Oh, 1 action. Nice. Stationary tentacles from pure blood create up to 3 medium thralls shaped like tendrils. Oh, so this doesn't blow up a thrall. You create thralls. They are immune to physical damage. Interesting. And not move. Tendril strike has a reach of 10 feet. When an enemy ends its turn within the reach of the tendril, it hits them for 1d12 with a basic reflex save. Oh. And multiple tendrils can slap because it says 1 or more tendrils. The tendril lashes out at them. Bloody Tendrils is kind of good though. Oh, that's a good area denial. Yeah, Bind Heroic Spirit is good. I recommend instead, if you want to burn that focus point, don't summon a thrall and then absorb him. Cast a Scroll of Bless in your hand and then summon 3 invincible to non-energy damage thralls that start whipping dudes around them for amazing crowd control. That's way sexier. Bone Burst. Someone moves next to your thrall or uses a manipulate, makes a ranged attack. Right, this is the Necromancer reactive strike. Instead of hitting them when someone moves near a thrall or makes a ranged attack or spell, you blow up the zombie on them. Sure. The lateral reinforcement, level 6. For 1 round, your thralls become immune to area and splash damage. Ah. Okay. Could be useful. Conjure of Corpses. Puppeteers. Ooh, Puppeteer only. You learn Summon Undead. Undead creatures you summon can be destroyed and targeted by spells as if they were thralls. I don't know why you would ever do that, but they could. You gain an additional spell slot for your highest level of Summon Undead. That's good. I don't know if there are good undead to summon. Summon spells are very specific, very complicated, and you have to really know how to manage the monster handbook to make good use of it. But, I mean, an extra spell slot of your highest rank ain't nothing to sneeze at. Alright, looks like we got more holy and unholy spells. I'm guessing these are identical. Yes, they look identical, so let's look at the holy one. Chances are that's the one people will be using, realistically. When an unholy creature ends its turn within 10 feet of you, it takes 2 spirit damage. Wow, that's good. It's unholy and undead, it takes an additional 2 for a total of 4. That's fantastic, because that means anytime any demon ends its turn near you, it just hits its weakness. Just take weakness. That's actually very powerful. That's very powerful. Reclaim power. Eat up to 3 thralls once per 10 minutes. To heal. Heal up to triple your level if you eat 3 thralls. And if you do eat 3, you can reduce a saving, or you can reduce a negative condition. Not bad. Not bad. If you're a puppeteer and you're summoning hordes and hordes and hordes of zombies, might be useful. Steady spell casting. Whatever. Zombie horde. Ooh. Like a zombie horde. Page 37. Okay. Do zombie horde. Alright. 1 thrall. Burst in a 10-foot square. All squares on the ground are difficult terrain. Whenever a creature begins its turn, takes bludgeoning damage. Every time you sustain, they move. All thralls in your horde are destroyed. The area's burst increases. So you can eat all your zombies to make the horde massive. And that's just decent sustained damage. Decent sustained damage, moving difficult terrain. Not a bad spell. Not a bad spell. Level 8. Conglomerate of Limbs. Alright, so Sanguine Transference or Conglomerate of Limbs. I don't like the name of that, which is great. Rank 4. Conglomerate of Limbs. Create a huge thrall with 40 hit points. For one action, when you use Thrall Charge to order it to make a strike, it makes 2 unarmed strikes instead of 1 against different creatures. Multi-attack penalty does not increase till they swing. Creature hit by one of these strikes must succeed a fortitude save to become grabbed. Ooh, you can just run around and keep grabbing 2 different people? That's pretty annoying. And annoying is what you want for your zombie horde, so that seems decent. What's Sanguine Transference? Diffuse your spirit into your blood before escaping your body. Is this a teleport? You reform your body in the target thrall's space and leave a thrall where your body was. Oh. Yeah. One action, teleport with a thrall. Or swap places with a zombie. Yeah, just you swap places with a thrall if you take Sanguine Transference. Not bad. Not bad. Alright. Final Spite. If someone knocks you or a living ally within 30 feet to 0 hit points, fantastic with animal companions. Hint, hint. Once per 10 minutes, free action. The triggering creature takes 4d4 persistent poison damage. With a basic fortitude save. If the creature kills you or an ally, they get a degree of success 1 degree worse. Not bad. Not bad at all. Doesn't scale at all, which surprises me. This is great at level 8, terrible at level 16, when 4d4 damage does very little. Alright, well, oh well. Infuse Void. One action spell shape. You cast a Gravesister, so if you cast a focus spell that does damage, creatures damage take additional damage equal to the rank of the spell. So you cast like a rank 5 corpse explosion, you get another 5 points of damage. If this void damage or the spell takes someone out, you regain a focus points. Only up to once per 10 minutes. That's not bad. Risky, but fantastic against groups. March of the Dead. Command any number of thralls within 60 feet to stride. After the move is complete, anyone adjacent to 3 or more must succeed at a fortitude save or become encumbered and slowed. That's really good. That's not bad. You need a lot of zombos, though. You do need a lot of zombos. So, I don't know if you have that many. Poison Drinker. Wait. What? If you crit succeed against poison, regain hit points equal to the level of the poison. I mean, it's kind of cute. I don't think it does much, but it's cute. Bones, wings of bone and sinew. Destroy a thrall, give yourself wings. Fair enough. Gross wings. Level 10, blossoming gore. Ooh. 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 Alright, that's the only focus spell, so we'll check out that. I don't know what that is. It sounds gross. 7. What does blossoming gore do? Ooh. 60-foot fortitude save for 1 minute, 2 actions. Blow up a thrall, grow a large field of bloody roses. Feeds on the life force of those around it. The field appears in a 20-foot burst centered on a corner of the exploded thrall. Creature that enters or starts its turn takes 10 persistent bleed. Oh, and it scales. Scales nicely. Oh, the bleed is guaranteed. They don't saving throw on the bleed. Ooh, that's not bad. If a bleeding creature ends its turn in the area, it must attempt a fortitude save. On a succeed, it's drained 1. On a failure, it's drained 1. And you make a thrall. On a crit failure, they're drained 2, and you make 2 thralls. That's some good zone control. That's some good spicy ground. Guaranteed bleed damage, threat of drained for more damage and debuff. That's some spicy ground right there. Desperate Surge. Once per 10 minutes as one action, attempt an athletics roll, a grab, reposition, shove, or trip. Notably not disarm for some reason. I don't know why. But attempt an athletics roll with a spell attack roll instead of athletics. You can recharge this by blowing up a thrall. Huh. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good. For one action, just being able to be like, I don't invest in athletics, Lamau. I have no strength. Bam. Not good on Reaper, actually pretty good on Puppeteer. Expanded Necromancy, you get a few more Necromancy spells from non-occult. They're not bad. Desiccate is great to have. Grisly Growths is okay. Execute is fun. So, not bad. Necromantic Life Sense. Right, gain 30 feet Life Sense as an imprecise. This allows you to tell between undead and living. You know the current hit points and temporary hit points of any living or undead creature within 30 feet. That's good. That's good. Overburdening Spell. Alright, a spell shape. Next action, use to cast a spell. Target single creature. Unless they're unaffected, the target takes minus 15 foot status penalty to its speed. Okay, you can tank their speed for 1 round. It's okay. If you cast something that makes difficult terrain, and then you also sap their move speed, this penalty is doubled for non-land speed. Really good, actually. Yeah, if you hit them with a difficult terrain spell, like hallucinatory terrain, for example, and then sap their move speed at the same time, that really just stops them from doing anything. That is actually pretty good. Quicken casting, it's good. Moving on. Skeletal Extension. Next action you take is to cast a grave spell to destroy a thrall. So if you're going to use a focus spell, pieces of the thrall extends your limbs. Till the end of turn, your reach increases by 10 feet. You can move 15 feet whenever you step. Oh, you can just give yourself 10 feet of reach. Skeletal Extension is really, really good on Reaper. That's really good on the Death Knight builds. Hot dog. Speak of days long dead. And 10. Oh, this is like a spirit channeling feat. Channel any given target once every 24 hours. Learn 1 piece of information or 1 significant event. Sure. Become as Spirit. Level 12. Spirit Grim Fascination. You can move through unwilling creature spaces like difficult terrain. You can ignore difficult terrain. Wow, you ignore natural difficult terrain. Get a bonus to escape attempts. When you destroy a thrall, gain resistance to all damage equal to half your... Oh! Whenever you destroy a thrall, gain resistance to all damage unless it's ghost touch or spirit or force. Yep. Equal to half your level for 1 round? That's at least 6 points of resistance. That's very good. Become as spirit rules. You're blowing up thralls every turn pretty much. You'll find some use to blow them up. That's fantastic. Bridge of Graves. You know, I don't think I need to look up what the spell Bridge of Graves does. That sounds very self-evident. We'll look it up later. Endless Return. If you have inevitable return, which is when you make a zombo when an enemy dies. Start of each of your turns, you gain additional reaction only for inevitable return. So if you really need hordes of zombos and you fight large crowds, it's decent. Grave Focus, get your refocus back. You do have a large focus pool. Reinforced Skeleton. So Bone Boys, what do they get? Gain resistance equal to half your level to 2 damage types. Cold, electricity, fire, and the other is slashing or piercing. Gain a boost to your move speed. When you destroy a thrall, your move speed gets faster. Pretty good. I don't think it's as good as the spirit one, but passive resistance is still very nice. Blood Boys get Sanguine Mastery. You gain resistance to bleed damage. Sure. If an enemy within 30 feet of you is If an enemy within 30 feet of you is bleeding, gain fast healing equal to half your level. Oh. That's really good. Because that's really easy to make happen. Dang, Sanguine Mastery's kind of good though. Whenever you destroy a thrall, a creature adjacent to the thrall takes 1 persistent bleed. You don't even need to have activators. It's just going to happen. The rate taking bleed increase its bleed by 1. Ooh, that's rare. Okay, Sanguine Mastery. Blood Boys get it good. Honestly, they all get it good. And what zombies get? Gain toughness. Increase your HP by your level. First time each round you destroy a thrall, each enemy adjacent to you must succeed at a fortitude save or become sickened 1. That's really good for a melee necromancer, actually. That's really good. Like, sickened 1? As a passive effect? Brutal, dude. Brutal. Getting what, 12 extra hit points? That's not as good as the resistances or healing everyone else gets. But Sickened 1 is brutally powerful. So yeah, if you're level 12, we don't even need to look up Bridge of Graves. None of these matter. You're always locking in whatever your Grim Fascination is. Whatever subclass of Necromancer you are, you're locking in their perk. The defense bonus is insane for all of them. 14th level Amalgamate. Fuse 2 thralls together. Make a big old thrall that gets a status bonus on damage rolls to its strikes. Does it still only have 1 hit point? I think it only has 1 hit point. Okay, I don't know about that. No. I don't know about that. Oh, hope to see another Lancer campaign. Thank you. Just found you, so you gotta watch it live instead of VODs. Well, I'm thinking of doing some Lancer videos soon. A campaign would have to come. I'm definitely interested. I have a pre-written campaign, a higher level one that I'm very interested in running. But I gotta finish the Pathfinder one. And I don't want to rush the Pathfinder one faster than it deserves, because I also love Pathfinder, and, you know, every system deserves what it gets. But either way, thank you, and I hope you're having a lovely evening. All right, Blood Pool. Wait, what was the other one? Right, you make a big zombie, but like it still has 1 hit point, so I'm kind of like, I don't know about that. Blood Pool. Creature of blood dies or takes bleed damage. We do a lot of that. You pool the blood of the creature in a space adjacent, infusing of healing properties. When an ally enters the blood pool, they can absorb it to regain HP equal to your level. So that's like 14 HP. You could do this every turn. It's a reaction. Oh my god. A blood necromancer death knight is the most annoying thing to fight as a DM. Most annoying party member. Because they force a DM into something that game masters hate, which is I am a fragile, I have a low max health, but I am a sustain tank. Focus fire me or never attack me at all and give me complete free reign. I'm giving everyone extra HP, extra temp health, extra shields. I'm throwing out tons of damage and control spells. Focus fire me or perish. But as a DM, you don't want to focus fire. You don't want to focus fire a player, but you might not have a choice. If you want to annoy your DM, annoy your game master, play a Sanguimancer, a blood-focused Reaper Necromancer, and just keep healing and tanking despite being a wizard. Despite being a spellcaster, you ain't gonna feel like one. Good lord. Instinctual creation, make 2 thralls on initiative. That's actually very good. Ocular flesh, create a fleshy eyeball. You can take a single action, which has the concentrate trait to look through an eyeball. Creepy. An eyeball can be manipulated like a marble, so you can throw it, you can stick it on things if 1 minute's work and it'll last 24 hours. You can have up to 3 eyeballs at a time. They're very small, but easy to spot. They will always be found if someone's actively searching for them. Weird. Weird. Creepy. I like that necromancers are allowed to be gross, by the way. I really like that necromancers are gross. All right, we'll look up the focus spells in a sec. Unholy Resurrection. So if you are not holy, the sick holy build does not get this. You can bring back the recently deceased, but at what cost? You add Raise Dead to your dirge. You can cast it. When you cast this spell, the return creature gains the undead trait. The creature knows it will return as undead. Hey man, sorry the character you spent the last 3 months on playing with and loving their story. We all love that character. So I'm going to spend some resources and, I'm going to bring your dead character back into the campaign. They'll be back to life. Isn't that wonderful? You're still dead, but you're back. Yay. I love that. So, on one hand, Unholy Resurrection is a terrible feat because you could be getting fantastic power boosts at level 14. Fantastic focus spells. You will probably never cast Raise Dead. Well, it's really funny. Oh, it's really funny, though. It's really funmy. All right, 184 for Recurring Nightmare or Skeletal Lancers. Page 39. Hope we don't have to do this for Runesmith. Recurring Nightmare will save. Create a thrall, and you can create it into a space of other creatures. Unlike other thralls in shared space with creatures, if the thrall is summoned into or ends its movement in a creature's space, they must succeed on a will save or be frightened. Huh. Thrall has a fly speed of 60 feet, remains airborne at the end of your turn, even if it did not fly that turn. Any ability you use that'll make the thrall stride instead allows it to fly. So you make a zombie that frightens people. Strikes deal void damage. When you use thrall charge, it does 2d6. So it's a good thrall. It's a strong one. If the thrall has been destroyed, you can sustain this spell to resummon it. Oh, yeah, okay. They can't get rid of it. If you like using thrall charge to just throw hands. Oh, and you can... Oh, you resummon it. Just use thrall charge. Have it blow itself up when it throw hands at them. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it has to move into their space. Yeah, it has to end its move in their space to do thrall charge. So you get a frightened effect and then you blow it up for bonus damage. That's pretty good. That's a good long-term attack. Skeletal Lancers. Create up to 5 thralls in different spaces. So they have spears. When an enemy makes a strike while within 10 feet of a lancer, it does 5 damage to them. You only take this damage once per strike, even if multiple lancers can stab. Their strikes have a reach of 10 feet, deal piercing, they move 30 feet. When you command a lancer to stride, any number of them can stride. When you thrall charge a skeletal lancer, it does bonus damage. So yeah, you want to just summon 5 dudes for one action that also have low damage fields. Not bad. It's not bad. Or do you want to summon one thrall that they can't get rid of? Either way, those are both excellent spells. 16th level, anatomical quartering. What? You separate into 4 forms: blood, bone, flesh, and spirit. Make up to 4 strikes against different targets. All physical damage from the final strike is spirit, because you're a ghost. Oh my god. Each attack counts towards your map, but you don't increase the... Wait, you telling me that if I'm playing a Death Knight, I can spend 3 actions whenever I want to be like, yo, screw this guy, explode my body, and then hit him 4 times with no penalties with like a greatsword? Oh. Spellcaster, by the way. I guess. Definitely a spellcaster, everyone. That's really good. What? Now, you're going to really be hungering for a haste spell. Don't get me wrong, you're hungering for a haste spell. And this is 3 actions, so you can't do all of your Necromancer stuff. But if you mag dump your Necromancer focus points, if you just blow them out and mag dump focus points for a huge Nova effect, and then you just they move to you, or you haste yourself so you can move to them, or you have a mount to just ride, you can just start going sicko mode with 4 attacks, no multi-attack penalty. Grab a big weapon. Ooh. That's hot. That's really good. All right, Puppeteers. Level 16. Once per day, free action. Cast a spell without spending a spell slot. Oh. That's good. Okay. Or even having it prepared. Oh, that's even better. Maximum rank is 1 rank lower than your highest spell rank. And it comes from the Thrall. That's, free spell. Oh, hey, Snackubus. Thank you for the happy birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful day yourself. We're just reading a book because I didn't plan anything. I kind of woke up and then I worked half the day and then I was busy half the day and I'm like, man, All right, Desperate Revival. You would be reduced to 0 HP. You stay at 1 HP. Every creature in a 60-foot emanation makes a fortitude save. Oh, you just drain health from everyone in the area. You feel that on a level. Oh, right. Where it's like, hey, it's a birthday. Does that mean you get to spend time to yourself? And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Nah, man, birthdays suck. I gotta do so much stuff, dog. Gotta do all this stuff. All right, effortless concentration. You can pick these insanely cool and powerful feats, or you can pick the best feat here, effortless concentration. It's really good. What can I say? Ooh, or you could summon the Flesh Tsunami. Flesh Tsunami. Think about it. All right, page 40. So what is this? Or temporary possession. All right. What is the Flesh Tsunami? I like it already. Blow up a thrall into a wave of flesh. Neat. Create an area of greater difficult terrain in a 60-foot cone. Wow. Destroy a second thrall in the cone. to make it grab the enemies or immobilize them? I mean, yeah, it's a rank 8 focus spell, and the problem is a lot of enemies will be flying at this point. So you have to make sure you discuss with your DM, make sure that they accept that the 60-foot cone is 3-dimensional and goes up as well. And then it's good to hit flyers as well. But like greater difficult terrain is brutal. That means you need to move 4 spaces to move 1 space. You need 20 foot of move speed to move 1 space. The wall flesh boss fight. I know, right? Yeah, Adesella. Hope you're doing good. All right, and what's our other option at high levels? Temporary possession. Destroy a thrall. 1 living or undead target must attempt a will save. If they succeed the save... Wait, if they succeed on the save, they are controlled by you until the end of your turn. You can have it take 1 action. Sure. Strikes use and contribute towards your multi-attack penalty. At the end of your turn, it is stunned 1. If the creature loses HP for any reason while stunned. Oh, so if you have him drop prone and your team just starts kicking him, you take the damage. You take half the damage. Fascinating. On a failure, he loses 2 actions, then becomes stunned 1. Ooh, that's really strong. That's kind of scary. Those focus spells are really cool. The problem is that they're competing with effortless concentration, quad attacks on a caster, ? And a free spell. Those, which are like, ugh, 16 is hot. I'm sorry. The Dread Mosquito Storm spell? Ugh. Man, they really went all in with Necromancer, huh? I don't like that. All right. Look at the non-spells first. There's a lot of level 18 spells. Okay, I guess. All right, so Ectoplasmic Aura. You for the next 10 so for 1 action, you and all allies in a 30-foot emanation gain a +1 circumstance bonus to AC. Any enemy that ends its turn in its aura must attempt a fortitude save. On a failure, it cannot use reactions until this next turn. Wait, but you can just do it. Wait, but it... There's no cost. There's no activation limit. It lasts for 10 minutes. And you just create a shield aura that also turns off reactions? Dude, these focus spells better be unbelievable. These focus spells better be unbelievable to be as good as Ectoplasmic Aura. Okay, Power Hungry. So if you're a puppeteer, destroy 3 thralls with reclaim power. Oh no, this is just the healing one, right? You completely refill your focus. Oh my god. This is a class about focus spell bombing. This lets you just get 3 more focus points. Okay, Power Hungry does compete. Power Hungry competes. We're on 81. So we're looking at Calcification, Dread Mosquito Swarm, and Reanimate Foe. All right, these sound good. Oh, by the way, we didn't look at Bridge of Graves. It makes a Bridge of Graves. Yeah, anyways, moving on. Calcification, Fortitude save. Transform a thrall into fine dust particles. Okay. Aha. The creature begins solidifying into pure bone based on its Fortitude save. An incorporeal creature hit by this... if you hit a ghost with this, it loses the ghost traits. Oh, shoot. Nasty. All right. So if it succeeds, it's slowed 1 and has weakness 5 to bludgeoning for 1 round. Not great for 1 round. If it fails, it's slowed 1 and has weakness 10 to bludgeoning it must succeed a fortitude save or the slowed grows worse. And if it becomes slowed 3 and cannot act at all, it's permanently petrified. It is dead. Welp. That's pretty good. And it's not... Oh, it doesn't care what the level is. Ooh, that's nasty. All right, Dread Mosquito Swarm. Oh, cool. They're undead mosquitoes. Great, that's what I needed. A 60-foot burst. This doesn't take a thrall. You just do it. You just have a bag of undead mosquitoes on you like a freak. Target is afflicted with necrotic blood at stage 1. Almaki recovers after 1 round, except its sickened condition remains. But if it succeeds, they still get hit by stage 1, but then they recover. Failures, well, they got a disease. Good luck, buddy. Okay. Necrotic blood. If an afflicted creature dies, make a thrall. Sure. Stage 1 is 3d10 void damage. Sickened 1, gain weakness 5 to bleed. Stage 2 is more void damage. Sickened 2, more weakness. So this is... So if you're a blood mage, if you're a blood wizard, you go for Dread Mosquito Swarm to make your bleed damage even nastier. Got it. What's reanimate? Bow. Launch a thrall up to 30 feet into an enemy that's been dead for no more than 1 minute. Attempt an undead lore check against their standard DC of the enemy's level. If you succeed, they're yours, but they only have 100 hit points. But you bring them back. Each turn, it loses HP. That's fun. On a failure, they have 50 hit points and do half damage. Okay, but that is fun. I mean, just everyone wants to resummon an enemy. It's a shame that that's locked to level 18. I get it, but that is a shame. That's a lot of level 20 feats. What? That's a weird number of level 20 feats. Okay. So, bind heroic spirit. Final union. You and the heroic spirit have formed an eternal pact. You can choose. You are always affected by bind heroic spirit. You can choose if it's a stand or if it's just fused inside of you, becoming an entirely new person. You gain an additional lore feat for the topic the spirit knew, normally warfare. You fall unconscious, you do not fall prone or drop. Instead, the spirit takes control. Oh my god. If they take you out, you still keep playing because the spirit plays you. If you would die, it puppets your corpse for 1 minute after your death or unless your body is destroyed. That's a good level 20 Necromancer. I killed him. He's still going. What? Huh? Oh god. Alright. As an object, you have 200 hit points and a broken threshold of 100. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Instant army once a day. Create 20 thralls. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, you can get an extra 10th rank spell. You can get Living Graveyard or Perfected Thrall. We'll see what those do. And Soul Thief. You attempt to steal the soul of a creature that was at least 18th level that died in the last minute. Attempt an occultism check. On a success, you put their soul into a soul gem, Skyrim style. It cannot be returned to life through any means, even a wish. If the gem is destroyed, the soul is freed. You can only have 3 soul gems at a time. You can consume a captured... lets you be a lich. You can consume a captured soul, making you unholy and undead and extending your existence by 50 years. But they have to be level 18. You have to ambush powerful heroes and eat their souls. Mm-hmm. You have to continue being a problem at all times. If you're destroyed, rebuild yourself in the location of one of the soul gems. This consumes the gem. Alright, I wasn't expecting a level 20 feat to say, hey, you're a lich now, Lamau. That's great. I love that. Alright, 183. I love that. Alright, so what is... Not those. Where is it? Living Graveyard. One action, create a gargantuan thrall within range. It violently shakes upon summoning. All creatures within 10 feet of it must make a saving throw or fall prone. Make 5 thralls fall from their graves into empty spaces adjacent from the living graveyard. The thrall has 400 hit points. Whenever it strides, it creates 5 more thralls. Big reach, do bludgeoning damage when it strikes. When you use thrall charge to order it to strike, it does 3d6 more damage. Wow. That's good. Is the level 20 good? It seems pretty good, so maybe. Maybe. And what is Perfected Thrall? The Perfect Thrall? Oh, so you make your Frankenstein's monster. The conglomeration of all aspects of necromancy. Building a weapon made of blood formed into an ideal weapon. 200 HP and 40 hit points. When using an ability that would destroy it, it only loses 20 hit points. The spirit inhabiting inspires other spirits. Whenever a perfected thrall crits, create up to 4 more thralls. When you thrall charge it, it does 6d6 additional damage. Necromancer is cracked. They made Necromancer insanely good. This class looks crazy. It looks fun to play, dynamic, tactical, demands that you plan ahead. This class rules. It was good in the playtest. I think it's even better now. Its focus spells are all amazing. Only a couple of them are like meh. Most of them are super good. Dang. Dang. They made Necromancer a baller. Well, what about Runesmith? What about Runesmith? Can it compete? We'll find out. 8 HP a level? Sure. Bad at reflex, good at other saves? Yep. You're trained in crafting and your choice of 1 knowledge skill? Sure. And then 2+ int. Is this an intelligence class? What is your... Is this strength-based or is this intelligence-based? This is an intelligence-based class. So we got 2 intelligence-based classes with Necromancer and Runesmith. So that already tells us, like any int class, that means you're starting with +3 strength, not +4. Your to hit's going to be a little lower. You do get martial weapons and medium armor. Neat. So note, Runesmith is not a caster. You're not a spellcaster. You're a martial. You're a warrior that traces runes with magic effects. And the runes can be applied ahead of time. You can apply runes before the fight and then pop them, right? They're stored effects. You've carved the knowledge of secret runes into your mind and body. You can apply Runesmith runes onto objects and creatures. It can be etched or traced. Etched is carved, inked, or branded in. This does not damage the creature. Whereas in Artisan's Toolkit, you can have 2 etched runes at a time. Maximum increases as you level. Etch any number of runes up to your maximum during your daily prep or by spending 10 minutes. They remain indefinitely until used. Aha! Trace runes are fleeting. The 1 action or 2. The tracer rune you must be holding or wearing an Artisan's Toolkit. That implies you do need an open hand to play the Runesmith class. That's another nerf to them. Apply 1 rune to an adjacent target. If you spend 2 actions, you can do it at range. Invoke runes. Spend 1 action. Activate up to 2 runes within 30 feet, each of which will then apply their effect. Creatures that would be affected by multiple copies of the same rune are affected once, so you need to use different ones to stack things like damage. Runes are magical. Some will be primal, some will be illusion, yada yada yada. That makes sense. Things that affect spells also affect runes, so magic resist works on them. They are magic. You're not a wizard, you know how to carve spells, basically. Diacritic. Diacritics are runes that are drawn on another rune to modify. So these are spell shapes for runes. Got it. Okay. Any runes that require a saving throw, use your rune class DC, your runesmith DC. The runes are your level. Sure. Now, I didn't play this class. I helped someone build it in the playtest like a year ago. So I need to remember. Rune repertoire 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Only 4 is not a lot. It's not a lot. So you can etch runes equal to half your max level. From level 5 on, you have 6 runes known. That's a lot better than just 4. Much, much better than just 4. I don't like... Immediately looking at, I don't like that it goes 4, 6, 8, 10. I would much prefer a smoother increase. I would prefer if it was 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, you know? And then the etched runes go up, you know, when it's half. So that's fine. That can stay. But that would make for a smoother progression, personally. You get shield block. Fantastic. Love shield block. Runic crafter. You gain magical crafting feat. Fair enough. You can make runes. Fair enough. Skill feats, ancestry, weapon expertise. Nothing unusual. You are bad at reflex. You're not expert till level 7. Rune optimization level 7. This is your... That's your version of weapon specialization. Assured Runic Crafter. When you roll a check to craft a magic item in your downtime, if it's permanent, you get 1 degree of success better. Actually, very good. Surprisingly good, actually. Forged Endurance. Level 11, you become really good at fortitude saves. So level 11 is kind of low to get your master save and improve saving throws, but still good. Medium armor expertise. Perception expertise. Ugh, your perception is bad. It's not expert to level 13 on an int class. Okay, so these guys have terrible initiative. Terrible initiative. Yeah. Weapon mastery. Yep, they're pretty normal. Runesmith feats. So what we need is, before we look at feats, I need to look at the runes, right? Not about the feats, about the runes. And we got quite a few. Quite a few. Got it. All right, so you got the Rune of Fire. So they have a passive effect, and then they have an activated effect. So you're like, do I want to hold this for the passive, or do I want to pop it? And remember, you can start with 2 passively, just prep before combat. And that goes up as your level. So we can start with fire. The bearer takes fire damage, so you... Interesting. And it reduces fire resistance. So this is purely a debuff. You quick trace it on enemy and blow them up. Got it. D8 damage. This used to be 2d6, which was way too much. Way too much. Rune of Holds Bravery. When the bearer is within 10 feet of allies, it reduces frightened faster. Not bad. And the ally of the rune bearer reduces their frightened condition by 2. That is excellent. This is an excellent, quick, trace it on yourself when your party gets hit by a fear spell, and then slam down their frightened condition so they can keep fighting effectively. That's really good. Rune of Perplexity. First time each round, the rune bearer takes an action of the concentrate trait, they take damage. Interesting. When activated, deals mental damage. On a failure, they're stupefied. Anti-wizard ruin. Now, it is a will save, which is bad for an anti-wizard ruin. It really is. They're great at will, usually. But it's trying. Rune of Whetstones. Put it on a piercing or slashing weapon. They do 2 persistent bleed damage. Everyone likes bleed damage. When activated, deal 1d8 slashing damage to an adjacent creature. Sure. Bonus damage on a reflex. So, notably, we have a fortitude and a reflex save we can threaten on them, which ain't bad. Rune of Dwarven Ramparts. Creature has shield raised, gains a +1 status bonus to AC. Ooh, it buffs shields. I don't want to activate that. I just put that on a fortress shield. Get that 1 action for +4 armor class. That's the stuff. That's the ticket, baby. All right, Rune of Appeal. Oh, wait, sorry. What happens when you activate it? Raise the shield. You raise the shield as if the rune bearer has used it and the stats bonus. Oh, so you put it on your friend and you can force their shield into position if you need. Okay. That's probably one you just leave passively. Rune of Appeal. +1 status bonus to Deception, Diplomacy, and Performance. Powerful. Very powerful. Draws creatures closer. Each creature within 30 feet can step closer as a free action. Rune of Frost. Rune Bearer takes a reduction to their speed. If they take a move action, they become clumsy 1 till the beginning of their next turn. Now that is very good for a passive effect. The invocation only does d4 damage, and then it makes difficult terrain. So the damage is bad compared to fire, but the passive is very good. Rune of Impact for bludgeoning. Makes you do bludgeoning splash damage. Fair enough. The rune is on a melee weapon. You and the rune bearer are immune. Rune vibrates. The next successful strike, when activated before their next turn, deals an additional die of damage. Doesn't scale. Does not scale. So I think the Rune of Impact is bad. Does not scale whatsoever. It's decent at low levels and bad at higher levels. Now it does push the enemy away, which is nice, but I wish the damage scaled. Rune of Coward's Bane for a shield. It's a +2 bonus on the shield to its hardness against ranged attacks. Interesting. An illusion of in the minds of creatures adjacent of a large impassable wall. They cannot willingly move farther from the rune bearer for 1 round. Oh, you can lock enemies into melee with your shield, friend. Not bad. Not bad at all. Rune of Illumination. It glows. Today's your birthday, too. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely one yourself. Rune of Thunder. If the Rune Bearer does not take a move action, they take damage. And it does D8 electricity on a fortitude save. Sure. Is that better or worse than fire? I don't know. It's situational. Rune of Bestial Might. Target's nose becomes an animal-like snout, giving them imprecise scent. Ooh, I like that. When you activate it, they can immediately step as a free action. Their next unarmed strike deals an additional damage die. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Rune of Preparedness. Bonus to survival checks and lore checks on terrain. Kind of weird. I don't think people are going to take that. Remember, you only get 4 rank 1 runes. You get 4. You're probably picking 2 damage runes, and that gives you like 2 options for others, right? Probably picking at least 2 damage runes. So that's kind of rough. Rune of Preparedness, when you activate it, they can step up to 3 times. I don't think anyone's going to take that one. I'm going to be real. Rune of Corrosion. Resistance to physical damage is reduced by 1, and then when activated, they take acid damage. That's a really good one. Though it does D6. I imagine you're going to see most players take the Thunder and Fire runes because they do the most damage. Frost and Acid have very good better passive effects, but worse active effects. Rune of Vocabulary. Choose one language you know. The rune bearer can speak and understand it. Very campaign specific. Insanely good in the right situation. Very campaign specific. The Rune of Homecoming. 15-foot stats bonus to its speed, but only when it would move it closer to you. And when you invocate, you can teleport the target to any square adjacent to you. There is no range limit on that. That's crazy. Oh, you can use it on unwilling creatures. They get a will save. Oh, that's good. That's very good. All right, 5th rank runes. You invoke a single rune on a bear within 15 feet. This is a diacritic rune of succession, so use this to buff your runes. Huh? When the base rune is invoked, you can invoke it on a different rune bearer. So, okay. So I fire rune. I fire rune the goblin. And I frost rune the horse. I toss Av, the diacritic rune of succession, onto the goblin, onto his fire rune. Pop the fire rune on the goblin. And then the horse also takes the fire rune's damage. Ah. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good. You still have to draw the runes, so I'm sure it has value, but what's the Rune of Expansion? When a base rune is invoked, each other creature in a 15-foot emanation around the rune bearer takes the damage and effects from the base rune. I think that's better. You can turn it into an AoE. Oh yeah, you can just turn your thunder and lightning into AoEs. I think that is better. All right. Rune of Doubling. To a non-damage rune. When a base rune is invoked, the rune bearer is affected. As usual, you can choose to also be affected. Okay. Rune of Mercy. Makes your rune non-lethal. Look, man, just talk to your DM. Just talk to your DM to let you use your cool stuff, but also not have to kill everyone. I'm gonna be real. Just talk to your DM. Rune of Continuum. After the base rune is invoked, it traces itself onto a different target of your choice. Oh, so you pop it and then it appears on someone else. Okay. Good for passives. Rune of Preservation. After the base rune is invoked, it auto-traces itself back on the same target. Now that's pretty good. Rune of Fundaments. Put it on an elemental rune. You can alter the damage to a different type. Fair enough. Fair enough. Rune of Intensity. Gains a status bonus to damage equal to 2 plus half your level. It has its uses. If you want to burst someone really hard turn 1, Rune of Intensity is useful. If you're already in combat, I don't know, just keep drawing the lightning and fire runes and rapid popping them. All right, what's level 9? So level 5 is your buffs. Looks like level 9 is your weird stuff. The Rune of Submersion. Gain a swim speed and can breathe underwater. Okay. Underwater combat rune. The Rune of Leeching deals an additional 3 void damage. Whenever a living creature is damaged by it, the wielder gains 3 temp HP. Sure. Whatever the void damage it took it. So if you get void damage weakness, it gets stronger. Invocation. The rune lashes out 30 feet from the wielder of the weapon, dealing 4d10 void damage to each creature. With a basic fortitude save, if any creature takes damage, the wielder regains 12 HP. And it scales. Ooh. 30-foot cone of damage with healing? Rune of Leeching is very good. What's my worst birthday story? I mean, you're asking for the bummers, so I'll give you a bummer. I think my worst birthday story was after my first year of college. I returned home during the summer, during the break, as you do, and I got a summer job. I got a job at a local mart full of walls. A local mart famous for walls and terrible quality everything. Yeah, it sucked. It does suck working there, as everyone knows, as everyone expects. But on my birthday, because I was working through it, because hey, you know why I'm working? It's because I need money. I need money to be able to live and pursue an education. So I'm working on my birthday because it's just another day. I never really celebrated my birthday growing up. Well, I did, but it was always it's that thing where it's a combined birthday celebration with other people with birthdays around the same time. And like, I get why people do it, but let's be honest, it means you don't have a birthday party. It means there's a family gathering, which is a very different thing. Anyways, so I have a very odd shift. So I work the night shift the day before my birthday. Come home, like I have to close. Come home, exhausted. Wake up at like 11, right? Wake up at like 11. Gotta go back to work pretty soon because they have me working a full shift and the night shift again. So I wake up, no one's in the house. No one's in the house. I look around, there's nothing. All right, well, I gotta get some food. I gotta go to work even though I'm tired and it's my birthday. Work a full day. Working at the marts, famous for walls. It's, like, yeah, that's what it is. Come home after closing in the very large shop. Hey, come home to a house that's pitch black and everyone's asleep. And I do look around. They didn't hide anything from me. There's just nothing there. And I'm like, well, I don't want to go to bed right away. That kind of sucks. The house I was in was one with a single giant central room. So I don't want to turn on the main light and have good light because that would pour light, under the door into everyone's rooms. I know they're all asleep because, they're working themselves. So I'm like, I guess I have Animal Crossing for the Nintendo 3DS, which I was playing lightly at the time. And I boot it up and, Animal Crossing is a very sweet game. You put in your information, you play it, it tracks states, and the villagers in Animal Crossing even celebrate your birthday. So I'm playing Animal Crossing and they invite me into the house, and when I enter into my own house in Animal Crossing, everyone in the village town is there because they have a big cake, which they give you as a gift that you can use to decorate your place. And they tell you happy birthday. And, they hang around, you can talk to them. It's very cute. It's a small little thing the devs did. But because it was the kind of thing that I was really hoping to have in my own life and just didn't have. It ultimately led to me sitting on a couch in pitch darkness, illuminated only by the glow of a Nintendo 3DS, tears streaming down my face, because the only people who told me happy birthday was a Walmart sign-in screen and Animal Crossing. So that's my bummer of a birthday story. There you go. Hope you're happy. You asked for a sad one. There you go. And that started for the next near decade tradition of me crying myself to sleep on my birthday. It's Animal Crossing's fault. All right. I don't do that anymore. That's fine. Mostly. But yeah, there you go. All right. So back to Runesmith. What do we got? Rune of Gravity. Put it on armor. They gain a bonus to a +2 status bonus to athletics checks. That's very good. Can't put it on a monk. Monks don't wear armor. No monks, interestingly enough. Put it on a fighter or a barbarian. Oh, barbarians already have a status bonus if they're building for it, but this means they don't need to build for it. That is very good. Rune of Gravity is a very strong passive effect. When activated, all creatures in a 15-foot emanation around the rune bearer must be succeed at a save or be pulled in. Not bad. All right. Rune of Partnership. While you're within 1 mile of the rune bearer, it takes half damage from all damage, and you take the other half. Oh. And you don't apply your resistances. You simply take the damage. If either of you gets knocked to 0 HP, the rune fades. When activated, both of you regain 20 HP. Oh. That's very good. Yeah, so level 1 runes are workhorse runes. They're pretty basic. They're like, this does damage. This buffs a shield. Level 5 runes are enhancements. They make your basic runes do something a little funkier. Level 9 runes are the weird and interesting ones. These are the cool effects. Unfortunately, I think you'll see a lot of players just stack a 3rd damage rune or enhance their 2 damage runes and ignore the cool stuff at level 9. And in doing so, they're going to have less fun with the game because you can do some really fun stuff. All right, rank 9, Rune of Observation. You're affected by See the Unseen and gain all-around vision, so you cannot be flanked. That's pretty good. When activated, all creatures within 20 feet of you... Oh, attaches to all creatures within 20 feet. Creature with an eye that would be invisible is concealed. One that would... Oh, so reduces concealment. Okay. Now, I would say that's excellent, but frankly, I think it's like, See the Unseen is a 2nd rank spell, man. You're level 9. 2nd rank scroll's really cheap. It's really cheap. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Even a wand is really cheap. Alright, Dragon Fury Ruin. Whenever an enemy strikes or steals from the rune bearer, they become off guard. Whenever an enemy strikes the rune bearer, they become off guard. Wow. Not bad. As a free action, when invoked, the rune bearer can fly up to 60 feet towards an enemy that has damage or stolen from it. I like stolen because it's Dragon Fury. It's like, it doesn't matter that it has stolen, but it's funny that they put it in. That's good flavor. Runebearer does not have a fly speed. It safely floats back to the ground. That's if you only have a single main frontline player, you only have a single frontliner and they struggle to get off guard, Dragon Fury is excellent. Oh, your worst birthday story was the family hit you in the face with a greasy cake leftovers as a surprise when you were fresh out of the shower. That is funny. That is funny. That sucks. That does suck for you. It's not funny for you. It is funny for everyone else, I will admit. At least you were next to a shower. At least you were next to a shower. But that does suck. I get that. So when you asked, you were expecting something like that, and I'm like, oh no, I'm going to make you depressed, Lamau. My bad. My bad. Shoot. All right. Rune of Insulation. Gain resistance 4 to your choice of energy damage. When a creature touches you with an unarmed strike or non-reach melee weapon, they take 2 damage. If you know someone has a weakness to an energy type, that's really, really good. And if someone has engulfed, grabbed, restrained, or swallowed you, they will then immediately take damage. And on a failure, they release you. Anti-vor resistance. My players would love one of these. What can I say? Rune of our inarticulateness. Makes language difficult for the rune bearer. You can draw the rune of dyslexia on them. Make them dyslexic. The rune bearer attempts a skill check or ability with a linguistic trait. They must... Oh, it just gives them a 20% fail chance to cast spells? Brutal. Must attempt, when you activate it, attempt a will save. If they fail their save, take 20 mental damage first time they use any language. The effect only ends once damage is taken or at the end of their next turn. That is not enough damage to activate it. You just leave that on passively. Vitagrin, a rune of transportation. Okay. Rune Bearer can use a single action swap places with any other willing Rune Bearer within 15 feet. Neat. And when activated, the rune grows massively, swelling the Rune Bearer and each large creature adjacent to them and spits them back out within 15 feet. Okay. Weird. Rune of Sorrow. And enemies within 20 feet of the bear treat all spaces between them as difficult terrain. Wow, you get a 20-foot difficult terrain field? Yeah, rank 9 runes are really good. I could see a pure utility runesmith that's just stacking passive crazy effects. Maybe like leave 1 to blow up on dudes, but like, there a cancer spell or a vertigo ball spell? Yes! Yes, Soul Carns. There are many spells that give enemies. There's a spell called Grisly Growths, which does give them rapid cancer. There's also a spell that grows horrifying blisters filled with acid on them, and then on later turns you focus on them and pop the blisters into explosive acid damage area of effects, which also hits them. There's some horrifying magic in this game. You can also hit them with synesthesia so they can taste colors and get a nightmare rainbow. Testicular torsion, that's a cantrip. In Pathfinder, that is a cantrip spell. Our second rank wizards are casting Bone Shaker and just grabbing your bones like it's candy. They got some nasty stuff. Alright, what happens? So this is a passive, just constant difficult terrain. All right, when activated, enemies within 15 feet must succeed at a will save or be slowed 1. So if they approach and are engaged in combat, pop it and slow them. Got it. Rune of Restraint. The creature wearing the armor would... Wait. Drawn on armor, when they would gain drained, enfeebled, or sickened, the rune attempts to prevent it. And it activated, they gain resistance 10 to critical hits. Okay. Sure. I don't think anyone picked that one. Rune of Remonstrance. For shields, when a shield is raised, its bearer emits a 10-foot or plus AC aura. Always good. Always good. Invocation, heal your shield and give a bonus to attack rolls and skill checks. Interesting. Yeah. A buff Runesmith is very possible. They do not have to just focus on blowing dudes up. This is why we used to drive wizards off the cliff of spears back in the day. Oh, I thought it was because they were hotter than us and stealing all the girls. My bad. I mean, I was still doing it, but for the second effective, I cast conscious breathing. Nonsense. See, what you're not getting is, I might work on you, but when you're streaming, conscious breathing is already kind of a thing because you're stage speaking. It's not normal talking, it's acting, it's stage speaking. I have to properly manage my breathing so I can enunciate and speak well and consistently. When I don't, it starts to sound like this, and it's like, blah, 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 blah. No, I gotta breathe in and speak properly. You know, air needs to bounce well. You can't get sloppy with talking. At least personally, but I make a big deal out of that. An unhealthy degree, one could say. Rune of Phantasma. Alright, put it... Oh, so, okay. So 13, we go back to upgrade runes. Sure. Put it on damage rune. The damage becomes spirit damage. They take persistent spirit damage. I mean... It's only enemies adjacent to the rune bear. It doesn't do persistent to the... That's bad. That's bad. Okay. Rune of Corruption. Unholy. Applies unholy to the ruin. Sure. I assume there's a holy one that does the same. Applies enfeeble 2 if they have it on them. If they're holy. That's actually really good to just hold on. Hold on them. Invocation. When invoked, it burns away. They take persistent fire. Got it. Got it. Will the class last for a while longer while it makes up coffee? It'll last for a while longer. We got to read through the feats, and then I think we'll call it. I don't know if Kush is breathing to work on another stream. Good luck. Rune of Corruption. That's the unholy one. Rune of Contingency. Okay, choose a trigger on the ruin using the same restrictions as the ready action. When it's met, you can invoke the rune as a reaction. Huh. Okay. I mean, but you have so few you can have written at a time. It kind of hurts, but like maybe. It'd be good if the auto-raise shield one, I suppose. The Rune of Righteousness. Yeah, it's the same but holy. 17. Ooh, the max runes. The Elf Gate Key. Once per turn, when the rune bearer strides, it can instead teleport. Okay. That's pretty good. When you activate, teleport the rune bearer to a location adjacent to any other rune on the same plane. An unwilling target may teleport a maximum distance of 60 feet. At a will save. If you can cast a sigil cantrip, then you can use the Elf Gate's invocation to teleport to a location adjacent to any of your sigils on the same plane. Oh, shoot. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, man. All right, you gotta get the sigil cantrip for Elf Gate Key. The Poisoned Star. That sounds sick. All right. Runebearer senses terrible dread bearing down on them. You hit them with Doomed 1? Anyone's adjacent become Doomed 1. Each creature doomed this way takes 10 mental damage the first time it attempts an attack roll or skill check. Okay. Doomed is not useful on monsters. Usually, unless they're being healed. Because normally monsters don't bother with dying rules. But it is really funny. 10 damage, it's okay. It's okay. It's passive. When activated, call down a meteorite. I'm sorry? Each enemy in a 10-foot burst takes 3 to 10 bludgeoning damage. Each creature... You hit them with a meteor swarm? You can just keep calling meteor swarm on them? It has a death trait for doomed creatures. Oh my god. It gets past regeneration. But more importantly, you hit them with meteor swarm. Okay. Okay, poison star is going to be taken on every runesmith because it's meteor swarm, bruh. Alright, Seal of the Dead Vault. One of the seals that keeps the destroyer sealed within the planet's core. Take a -foot 20 penalty to land speed, 40-foot penalty to other speeds. They cannot fly. It cannot fly. Neat. When activated, the ground in their space and the 10-foot emanation becomes difficult terrain. What? The ground becomes difficult terrain permanently. Forever? Is that important for the fight? No. Is it important in terms of storytelling? Yes. You can just permanently destroy an area. Got it. Runebearer must attempt a fortitude save as the earth attempts to surround and imprison them. They're then immune for 24 hours. So if they succeed, they're slowed 1. If they fail, they're slowed 2. If they critically fail, they are trapped in a massive compressed sphere of earth, slowed 2. If they cannot escape the sphere within 3 rounds, it is petrified. Over the course of a year, the sphere forms a small hill around it to hide the buried prisoner. At the top of the hill, a stone with the image of this rune remains. Counteracting the stone, frees the prisoner. What? Oh. This is an excellent plot hook. What they did with these high-level runes is they just made a bunch of plot hook runes to put in campaigns. Not to use but for players, but like you just put these plot hooks in as like, oh yeah. It's like in RineVartist, the manga and anime RineVartist at the funeral, where she takes her apprentice and goes, all right, so there was this guy who was super dangerous and almost killed me and everyone else I used to travel with. But we couldn't beat him, but we did manage to seal him in a giant prison. Problem is, the seal's probably going to break soon, so we need to show up and jump him. We're going to jump him. I won't tell you more of that, but like, you use the Seal of the Dead Vault in your games as the DM to be like, oh yeah, this dude got sealed away into the Seal of the Vault. But the bad guys are going to undo the seal. Oh no. Oh no. All right. The Well of Virtues. Okay. Representing the ancient Thessalonian runes, representing the virtues of rule before they are corrupted by the rune lords. Neat. 30-foot emanation. While in the aura, oh, it's on. You draw it on the ground. Interesting. While in the aura, you or any allies gain a +1 bonus to AC against magic, +1 bonus to saving throws against magic, resistance 10 to damage from magic. When activated, it heals a total of 70 hit points divided as you choose. You and each ally gains a 20-foot move stats bonus of move speed, quicken for 1 round. Is there a limit? Can you keep doing that? You can. It's infinite healing. Oh, it's infinite healing. But you're level 17. Infinite healing's not a big deal. Fascinating. Those are cool. All right. I'm thinking we'll have to skip Sumner. Sumner got So the only thing I'll point out on Summoner, they got a few buffs themselves. They are better. What matters, what actually matters here is that they also get 2 spells per rank. They no longer lose their old spell slots. So much like Magus, Summoner has a lot more gas in the tank, which will be really big for them. Let me scroll all the way up. God, that was a lot of runes. Runesmiths are cool. Runesmiths seem very good. I think support runesmiths will be undervalued. People won't talk about them because they aren't as flashy, but I think they'll do pretty good. All right, so remember, runesmiths have a penalty to hit because they are not a strength class, they're an intelligence class. So at best, they start with a +3, not a +4 strength. But anyways, let's look at their feats. What do they got? Basic rune enhancement. While you're not a spellcaster, you understand magic. You can cast the sigil cantrip. Oh, hey, sigil cantrip. There we go. And you can choose runic weapon or runic body once per day. Oh, that's a top tier feat we take early in the game, then retrain later. I see. Much like runic weapon. Engraving strike. 1 action. Draw a rune onto the surface of your weapon in reverse. Make a melee strike. On a success, you trace a rune onto the target of the strike. Okay, flourish. They added flourish to this. It did not have it before. Engraving strike is probably going to be the rank 1 pick for every runesmith in the game. Hate to say it, expect this to be on every runesmith. The end. Because it lets you put runes on people to blow them up while hitting them. Of course they're all going to pick it. Of course they're all going to pick it. Glyph familiar, cute. But again, engraving strike is just going to be better than everything here. Probably. Remote detonation. Interesting. Make a ranged strike that uses physical ammo. If it hits, you invoke runes on the target as whispers of the ammunition's flight sets off the rune. You invoke up to 2 runes, but they all must be on the target of your strike. On a crit, they take a -1 circumstance penalty to any saving throws. All right. Support for ranged runesmith. Now, it takes 2 actions to trace at a distance. I don't think it's going to be the best. I don't think it's going to be the strongest. But remote detonation is support, thank goodness. Rune Ward, you're targeted by a spell, and if you're trained in that spell's skill, give yourself a bonus to your defenses. Sure. Rune Singer. Use performance instead of crafting when attempting rune-related crafting checks. I mean, you're an intelligence-focused class, not a charisma class, but sure, it's cool. Once per 10 minutes, you can trace with Song alone. Use 2-action version of Trace Rune. You do not need an Artisan's Toolkit. Remove the Manipulate trait. Why? Well, I hope someone builds a fun character with that. I don't know. All right. Seek the hidden glyphs. +1 bonus to perception checks for traps. Meh. Yeah. Nothing's competing with engraving strike. Smithing weapons. Maybe this. While wielding weapons in the hammer, knife, and pick weapon groups, you can trace runes using the weapon without holding or wearing an Artisan's Toolkit. Additionally, strikes with hammer, knife, or pick deals additional fire damage to an enemy bearing one of your runes. Oh! That's really good. That's really good, actually. Hammer, knife, and pick, those have some excellent weapons within them. Absolutely excellent weapon choices. And they make it so that you can use 2-handed weapons. Yeah. You can use the 2-handed maul for D12s. You can use a Kusurigama for reach with a knife and trip attacks. All right, smithing weapon competes with engraving strike. And if you want a shield build, because engraving strike is flourish, you only get 1. At second rank, yeah, so like take smithing weapons to use a warhammer, then carry a shield with fortifying knock. Now you can keep popping runes on your shield as you raise it in combat. you're still getting that extra efficiency. Coffee in hand. Oh, I hope your coffee is absolutely lovely. I hate coffee. Well, I don't hate coffee. I just don't like it. I like coffee flavored stuff. Don't like coffee itself. Yeah, Fortifying Knock, really good. If you want smithing weapons, Fortifying Knock kind of pairs with that very well. Not needed, but very well. Invisible Ink. Your druins can be concealed, sure. Patterned Flight. 2 actions. Put magic in a physical projectile, causing it to fly. Make a ranged strike. Ignore circumstance bonus from cover. After you strike, you can trace a rune in one target in a straight line between you and the target of your strike, including the guy you hit. Oh, okay. Okay, so Pattern Flight plus Remote Detonation lets you spam arrows while drawing runes on people. All right, so there is a reasonable ranged runesmith build. Cool. Neat. Good for them. All right. Runic Tattoo. You can draw tattoos. Okay. Artist Attendance. More art, huh? Stride twice. You end your movement within reach of a creature with a rune. You can trace a rune upon that creature. Okay. What about cappuccinos? Too much coffee. Back when I did drink coffee, I was given coffee that was like 20% coffee, or it was like 25% coffee, 25% water, 50% creamer. Just terrible. I was just drinking creamer. I'm gonna be real. Artist Attendance. I don't get it. Ghostly Resonance. When you etch or trace a divine or occult rune, you can grant it Ghost Touch. Sure. Specific. Rune Singer, the Song of Glorious Invocation. Interesting. Choose up to 3 rune bearers, invoke 1 rune on each of them, and then you inspire them, granting each a +1 bonus to skill checks and saves against fear. For 1 minute. I mean, +1 bonus to skill checks for 1 minute is very good for 1 action, popping all your pre-prepared runes. That boosts their athletics, that boosts their intimidation, their feinting with deception, boosts their recall knowledge. It's a weird build, but the buff is good. The buff is good. Boosts their medicine. Boy, everyone loves boosting medicine. Terrifying Invocation. 1 action. Attempt to demoralize and then invoke 1 rune. It's neat, but charisma's going to be hard to build, man. It's going to be hard to fit it in. You can, but it's going to be hard to fit it in. Transpose Etching. Move a rune. Why? Can't you just draw a new one? I guess it lets you do it at range. No, it's full cream. Hell yeah, it is. Writing on the Wall. You can cast Embed Message once per day. Alright, roleplay feat. Might be useful for some people. Level 6. I'm not thrilled. Honestly, I think as long as you're picking smithing weapons or engraving strike, and then either fortifying knock or pattern flight, you know, depends if you're melee or ranged as a character, what you're focused on. I think it doesn't matter what your other feats are. I think the rest you don't care about. They might be nice, but you don't need them. What you're trying to get is you just need an ability to fight while drawing runes at the same time. It eases up your action economy so much, you just need to do it. Diacritic Fluency. Next time you trace a rune, you can trace a diacritic rune on that turn. Absolutely, that's very good. Engraving Maneuver. Okay. Attempt to disarm, shove, or trip. If your skill set succeeds, you can trace a rune. Oh. That's really good. Take a Kusuri Gamma. So here's what we do, right? Max our athletics. Take smithing weapons and rune singer, levels 1 and 2. Level 4, we take the Song of Glorious Invocation so we can buff our party with our runes and then give us a bonus to skill checks. The Kusuri Gamma has Trip. It's a two-handed knife on a rope, or it's a two-handed blade. It's a knife on a chain with a weight on the other end for throwing to trip people. You can trip at 10 feet. Level 6, you take Engraving Maneuver. Now you can trip people with reach and trace runes on them. That's a great combo. I think it's agile, so you can then whip them with the knife with your second action. That's a pretty decent build. You get that bonus to your skill checks. That's going to make up for your lower strength. Runic Reprisal with Fortifying Knock. Ooh. When you raise your shield, you can bury a runic trap. You can trace a rune with a damage invocation on your shield. Oh, when you shield block, it then explodes. Shield build. I think shield build for Runesmith is going to be one of the best ones. What's funny is this guy is using a polearm. The iconic Runesmith, which is an automaton, which like super cool, fantastic pick, by the way. He is not using a hammer, knife, or pick. He shouldn't be able to use this weapon and draw runes. It's a really small nitpick. It's why I think if someone wanted to use weapons outside of those weapon groups, it's kind of fine. It doesn't really matter. What is this? Level 6, Tracing Trance. Free action when your turn begins. Become quickened, but you can only trace a rune. But you cannot use invocations this turn. It's a glaive. Yeah, it's a glaive. Yeah, so it's not a knife, hammer, or pickaxe. But this is great. This is a fourth action. Sure, you can't pop the runes, but just do it next turn. Any turn you don't need to pop runes now, you just get an extra action? That's a very hard to compete with 6th level feat. Very hard to compete with. Vital Compound Invocation. Invoke 2 runes, one is divine, one is primal. In addition to the normal effects, it will heal 1 creature. Healing, you say? Interesting. Very interesting. Action expensive, but interesting. Alright, words fly free. Your runic tattoo is not faded. Trace the rune onto all targets within a 15-foot... Trace the rune on all targets within a 15-foot cone. Huh. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Alright, level 8. Drawn in Vital Ink. They're striking a target, grab some of their blood, because you have to hit them with a melee attack. And then you can trace the rune on them from 60 feet away. Okay. That's just fine. It's funny if they run, I guess. Edifying Trace, 1 action. Trace a rune onto them and then attempt Recall Knowledge. I don't like it because that's the wrong order. I want to recall knowledge and then put a rune. I don't know what they're weak to yet. I'll realize I put on the wrong thing and feel silly. If you succeed, you leverage this knowledge. When you invoke any rune, they take a -1 status penalties. A -1 status penalty to saving throws against you for 1 minute? That's really good. That's fantastic. Alright, well, I don't think you need these feats, but they did try to make them pretty competitive. They're pretty good. Elemental revision, change an elemental damage rune on someone's weapon to a different type. Got it. Swiping trace, prepare a rune on the end of your weapon so it transfers to your enemy. Make a melee strike, so 3 actions. This is their cleave. This is their cleave attack. So swing it at 2 enemies within your reach. Apply a single roll of damage, a single roll of attack, trace a rune on each creature you hit. Pretty good. Pretty good. Chain of words. See thin lines of magic between your creations. Invoke 2 runes within 60 feet. A chain appears between them, dealing damage to all creatures linked between them. The creatures bearing the runes are not in the area. They crit fail, they're immobilized. Oh! So if you have 2 friends, 2 allies that flank an enemy, you can give them their buff effects while also getting extra damage in. Well, it's not a lot. It's a d6 per rank. It's okay. But it's nice. Flashing compound invocation. Invoke 2 runes from opposed magic. Interesting. 1 creature within 30 feet of both runes must take a fortitude save. Oh, they become sickened? Oh, they get sickened? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Even if they auto-succeed, that's fantastic. That's sickened 1, slowed 1, man. That's good. That's good. I think Clashing Compound Invocation is very hard to compete with. Overloaded Ammunition, rank 10. Interesting. So this is for the range build, I assume. Put runes upon 2 pieces of ammo, transform them into explosive ammunition with scaling DC. Okay, yeah, this is for the range build. That's fun. Neat. Free ammo. Prodigal Rune Singer. You can trace a rune once per round of songs, that once per 10 minutes. I still don't think it does anything, but okay. I still don't think it matters, but okay. This could have just been the level 1 feed. I'm gonna be real. Runic correspondence. You can write a message that travels long distances. You get the message spell. You get the message spell. It was like a 10th level feat. Wait. You can include a rune in your message. The target is willing. You trace the rune on the target. You can put a buff rune on the target and then activate it when they reply. Oh. Huh. Weird. Interesting, but weird. Okay, Astral Combat Invocation. Level 12. You must activate an arcane and occult rune. So they force you to actually pick specific combos of runes. Very interesting. Making a guide for this class. I don't think I will anytime soon because this sounds awful. Making a functional guide that a new player can follow well is a ton of work. But 1 creature makes a save and they become stupefied. Stupefy is good. I think this is worse. I think this is worse than Compound Invocation, but it does work with different runes. Sickened is just too goated. Now it is good against casters. It's an invocation at 30 feet to the range of any invocation. Sure. Expanded glossary. Add 2 runes of 9th level or lower to your repertoire. That's excellent. That is excellent. You get so few of them. Orbiting Runestone. Create a runestone that floats around you. Trace a rune with a damage invocation on it. The runestone has 10 hit points. Every time a creature strikes you, attempt a flat check, and then the runestone intercepts the hit. And then explodes on them. Huh. Huh. That takes 1 action? Wait. You just give yourself a 10-point shield? And then the moment it explodes, you just give yourself another 10-point shield? Orbiting Runestone is excellent. constant damage reduction. Anyone who attacks you just gets exploded on. That's a fantastic 12th level feat. Dance of Bloody Ink at level 14. Wield a melee weapon with a rune on it. Invoke a rune and a melee weapon. Strike, then step and strike. And if it hits, you may trace a rune. No penalty, though. No penalty? That's an excellent feat. Risky, but excellent. Define the canvas. 2 actions. Canvas is 20-foot burst on the ground. Why? As long as you're in or adjacent to the canvas, you can trace a rune on the ground, which causes it to expand across the entire area, tracing onto any number of eligible targets in the area. Oh, fascinating. Okay, that is good. The Henge Gate. Create a gate with runes. Stones each occupy an area within 15 feet of each other. When you raise the gate, choose 1 rune to be drawn on a creature carved into the stones. You or an ally make a ranged strike and it passes. You shoot arrows through the gate and it just... You shoot arrows through the gate and it applies damage runes onto your enemy? Yo, that's sick. Oh my god, that's a damage buffing field effect. That is very unusual to see in this kind of game. Neat. Heck yeah. Very cool. Very cool. All right, ranged runesmith. They only have like 4 feats, but they're very good feats. Very cool and flavorful. All right, unerring runic attraction. Runes act as beacons for arrows and bolts. Make a ranged strike against the foe you're aware of, bearing a rune. The ammo homes in. You do not gain line of sight. I'm sorry, you gain the seeking and smart tags, did someone say? Don't require line of sight. Ignore concealed. Ignore circumstance bonus from AC and shields and cover. Okay. Rank 16, by your name. Once per hour, if you know someone's name, craft a rune that draws effects to the target by their very name. Attempt a crafting check against their level. On a crit success, you can write their name as a rune, magnifying the effect of the base rune, so they take a penalty to their save. Huh. You wish you knew these synergies. You won't tear yourself away. Hey, there's no worry about that. Remember, there's no point in looking too far ahead in a game like this when you're making a character. All you need to look at is the options you have, maybe the options next level, and that's it. That's all you need to look at. Nothing else matters. There might be cool synergies, but it's fine. As long as you're having fun, you're winning. Runesmith seems very complicated as well. You need the Excel spreadsheet to play this class. Unfortunately, you kind of need the Excel spreadsheet because you need to figure out what runes you want, when you get them, how you combine them, and how you apply them and then activate them with your character. It's kind of complicated. All while not getting smashed into paste by a monster. Maze of Runes. You can cast Quandary once per day. Fantastic spell. Fantastic spell. Wait. When you sustain the spell, you can put a rune on them? Wow. That's just rude. That's just rude. Alright. Turn unto runes. Level 16. Attempt to deconstruct an individual spell, storing them as a rune. So an enemy attacks you and you attempt to deconstruct the spell, give yourself a bonus. Has to be a spell attack or other magic attack? Doesn't happen that often at high levels. I think that is bad. Alright, Rune Sight. You sense the presence of all rune bearers within 60 feet. Kind of weirdly specific. Your kind of class, stop. Well, shoot, if that's your kind of class, welcome into the Runesmith Astaroth. Welcome to your absurdly complicated blow a guy up after hitting him 6 times, snap your finger, and then let every effect activate at once kind of character. But remember, they all have to be different effects because the same one does not stack. Annihilating Compound. Oh, and you have to pay attention to like what magic each rune is. Yeah, you invoke 4 runes of your choice. Each must be a different tradition of magic. 1 creature within 30 feet of all runes must attempt a saving throw. Take 10d4 force damage on failure. If reduced to 0 hit points by this, they are blown apart on an atomic level into glowing script describing them. I'm sorry, do you hit them with do you hit them with the mangaka's stand from JoJo Part 4, blowing their life into words, leaving no remains as the letters fade? That's so rude. Like, 10d4 damage is not very much damage, but it's so rude when a peasant gets in your way and you blow him apart on an atomic level. And you're just like, how dare you? You're the villain of a cultivation novel at this point. God damn. Living Lexicon. You add an additional rune of any level. Each day you may swap 1 rune with another. Yeah, it's just you don't get enough runes. I want more. They did pump it up a lot, but I want even more. I don't want to make choices. I want to have everything. When you invoke runes, you can invoke any number of runes within 30 feet instead of 2. Sure. All right, level 20. What is Forge New World? The pinnacle of your art, you have forged a new great rune. You create a rune and add it to your repertoire. Choose a 4th rank spell that casts 1 or 2. You invent a spellcaster's spell as a rune. Can be drawn on a creature or object regardless of what the spell targets. When invoked, the rune has the effect of the chosen spell. You can spam a 4th rank spell infinitely. Got it. If the rune bears a point of origin, spell's effect, calculate range and cover. If it has targets, decide who or what. Affect only you, such as translocate, and it only affects you. Has no effect if drawn anywhere other than you. If it requires a spell attack roll, use your class DC. And it can only last up to 1 minute. There's something you can do that's broken with that. I don't know what, but there's some. If you go watch the spell guide, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Go watch the spell guides at Lord Generic RPG and you'll figure it out. Generational Rune Singer. You can trace a rune with a song at will and at a range of 60 feet. I just don't see why it's useful. I just don't see the point. I just don't see a need for that. Oh, welcome in, everyone. Hi, Waddles. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Penguins. I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior, and it's my birthday, but I didn't have anything planned because I have been drowning in busyness and not wanting to do things. So I am reading the new Pathfinder rulebook. I am reading new classes. Because that's all I got going for me right now. We're reading about the Runesmith and the Necromancer. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, evening, and good night yourselves, though. And everyone, be sure, thank Waddles for being an absolute delight, and be sure and get up and stretch yourself as you get over here. Grab some water and take a nice blink from your screen, okay? Beyond that, we're pretty much done with Runesmith. Let's just read these last few feats. Shades of Meaning was this. Draw a rune. It continues to grow outwards like a living thing. When you trace a rune, apply a diagram. Oh, you upgrade it immediately. And the last one, Stone Forge of the First. That sounds cool. Conjure a stone forge for 1 minute. Amplifies the power of runes? What? Oh, traced runes don't fall apart. They say, God, this class is complicated. See, I like how, as I read Necromancer, we read through Necromancer, right? And I'm like, oh, it's so cool. It's really powerful. It's kind of gross, but there's like some really strong builds. I read Runesmith and I'm like, bro, I can't tell if you're good. I don't know, because it's got so, like, Necromancer is just obviously cool. Make a bunch of dudes and then blow them up like a Diablo Necromancer. It's very clear. Or play a Death Knight that is a heal tank. But the Runesmith is, oh man, there's so much room for failure. There's so much room to mess it up. You gotta go eat. Yeah. Be sure and take care of yourself. And I hope what you eat is delicious, Waddles. Like, there's so much room for failure on the Runesmith, because you got to pick the right runes. You get, how many do you get? Like 4? There was like 12 to pick from, just at level 1. Yeah, you get 4. It does go up every 4 levels, but you will be, every time it goes up, you unlock another pack of runes. Like, you unlock the next tier, so you get 2 more. That is rough. That's, I want more. I want more runes than that. It's pretty rough, I ain't gonna lie. I'm sure there's certain combos people figure out what I want, but you got to be very tight with your build. And then if you want the really cool effects, you got to start stacking different elements, different schools of magic. It's appropriate that's an intelligence class. It's about runesmithing. You have to study the art yourself to play it well. That's rough. Can't tell. It means you can break the game with him. Honestly, you right, Bear. You right. Like, the fact that I'm just going, is this good? Is this bad? That does immediately mean it is both terrible for a low investment player and completely busted if you're the only person who knows how it works. Runesmith's a good class. Wow. Wow. Good class. Alright, do we look at Summoner? I guess we can check out Summoner. Summoner's changes aren't that big. From what I'm aware, it's not that big of a change. Summoner is a previously existing class. It already was in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but they have updated it. Much like the Magus, they gave it a lot of buffs. They gave it a lot of love, and I'm happy that it got it, because frankly, it kind of needed it. They were cool. I played a Summoner I liked a lot, but they're not what people expect. People look at Summoner, they say, oh, this is like you summon hordes of monsters. No. You're a JoJo character with a stand. You summon one cool big monster that is part of your character. It's a specific monster, and you share HP with it. You are a stand user. You are playing like 60% of a wizard and 60% of a warrior at the same time, and you share actions and HP. So you're 120% of a character. Good luck using it. Good luck using it. Imagine amounts of runes you can get on the combos you can only with runes. Well, that's the thing, Astaroth. To play the Runesmith well, I'm sitting here like, God, learning how to stack and layer, apply the runes while popping them and defending yourself is so much work. But then you're an adventurer. We have to start considering terrain, party comp, magical items. It's a very complicated class. You want a terrace? Hey, I mean, you're the summoner. Whatever you summon, right? So yeah. So this is the class where you link yourself with one particular powerful creature. That's your summon. There are builds to summon more monsters to help you out. But summoned creatures are fairly weak in Pathfinder. The unfortunate reality that in this kind of game, they have to nerf summon spells. Because in every turn-based game, you go load up Baldur's Gate 3, you start casting summon spells, you will immediately realize, oh, the enemies cannot handle the extra wall of bulk. You just keep throwing dudes at them, and most games fall apart. The math can't handle it. Pathfinder can handle it. It really does, and it does it by having summoned creatures be pretty weak, because they're like 4 different spells at the same time. Right? They're a tank, they're a distraction, they're a debuff, and they have all of their creature abilities, so they might be buffing you or healing you or doing all these whack things. Summon spells are hard to use, so we're not even going to care about that. Summoner, it's a class. You're a JoJo character. You got 10 hit points. You got no armor. You get no armor. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. But stay in the back like a good JoJo character. Yep, so you get your Eidolon. You summon your Eidolon. This is the monster that you link to. You pick one at the beginning as a subclass, and you can summon it into position. It must remain within 100 feet of you. If it goes farther than that, it disappears. Now, I've used this tactically. When I was in a campaign where the players had an airship, I ended up in a situation where my summon, my Eidolon, it was a really fun character. Just as a short aside, this character was so much fun to play because I was playing as the core of the idea was I was looking at the Kitsune characters, like, all right, 1, Fox Girls, peak. 2, evil, ugly stepsisters in like fairy tales, like Cinderella, the ugly stepsisters. I went, what if my characters were 2 familiars of some powerful entity that was so fed up with them being awful, because, you know, they're the evil stepsisters. He threw them out, and one is always stuck as the other one's summon at all times. But if the main one died, the summoned one gets to become the main one and start being mean to the other one because they're equally awful. But anyways, basically, the summoner was below deck on the ship doing one thing. The summon was above deck on the ship fighting. And when I needed to get her to the bottom, I just had her jump off the ship, move farther than 100 feet, and disappear so I could resummon her at the bottom of the ship. You could do wacky things like that. All right, act together. This is the superpower. Yeah, summons are either Superman or feeble bombs. Exactly. And a lot of people want summons to be really strong, but it's just a reality that they have to be on the weaker end for math reasons. This is a team-based game, and we don't want to encourage fights and games to take 5 hours. It just takes too much time. Too much time. All right, so act together. This is Summoner's big thing. Remember, in Pathfinder, you get 3 actions on your turn. There's none of this move action, bonus action, main action. None of this stupid stuff. You get 3 actions, go. Unless you're a summoner who can do act together to make both characters spend actions at the same time. So one person can do one big action that takes multiple action points, and the other character can do a quick action, a 1 action activity like hitting someone or running or something like that for free. So summoners get 4 actions for free. They don't get 3, they get 4 every turn. Because they're weaker. They're weaker than other players, but they get to do more stuff. And share senses. You can see what your summoner can see. Once again, great for scouting because you can see what the summon sees, and the summon gets dropped to 0 HP, it disappears, and your summoner just falls over unconscious. Your party can drag them away safely. Yeah, you don't want our 5 players to start playing in the middle of story. Exactly. Summons in tabletop games, it's a turn-based game. You summon a bunch of creatures, slows the game down. No, you don't want it. Summons. They don't use gear. They get bonuses from your gear. Moving on. Ooh, they do define this. This was not defined before. So if your summon becomes slowed 1 or stunned, you are slowed 1 or stunned. Doesn't stack, it's whichever is bigger. Cool. Summoner spellcasting. You are... Are you prepared or are you spontaneous now? You're spontaneous. All right. Cool. Heightened spells, cantrips, spell repertoire. Yeah. Cast like a sorcerer. Got it. Evolution feats. None of these have changed much. Link spells are your focus spells. Hasn't changed. Good. I'm just looking for anything they've changed. Just getting more spells is a big deal. Makes them a lot more playable. Weapon specialization. Yep. Mentioned jumping off the airship, doing different poses every jump. Yeah. The cut frames in the movie's director's cut, we show all the different jump poses from the deleted scenes. Reflexes, twin juggernauts, you're good at fortitude. Yeah. So summoners, their biggest weakness has always been area of effect. Because when you hit them with a bomb, they have to roll 2 saving throws and take the worst result, which they have a lot of health, but like they will get blown up very fast to explosions. Reflex explosions tend to be the weakness for most spellcasters in this game, just in general. Yep, Eidolons are unique, but they have subclasses. We pick one. Now you pick your primary and secondary attacks, whatever you want. High damage, just D8s. They don't have like good attacks. It's like D8s at best. It's okay. Good chance you'll take a deadly D8 and finesse for a dex one. But what do we got? Do we have any new Eidolons? The Aberrant, so you can be something weird. You can be a squid, great old one. You can be a Takodachi. You can summon a Takodachi for your summon. It's weird. And every one of them, they get unique perks at low, medium, and high levels. So it's based on their thing. Like the Aberrant, when an enemy hits them, it freaks out because it's a weird thing, and it get... Ooh, that's a really good first level trait, actually. When an enemy adjacent to it hits them, the Eidolon swings back. That's a very good level 1. That's really good. You get the Angel. I wonder if they changed any of these. Maybe. Angels are holy. They do a little bit bonus damage. They're kind of a protective one. Anti-demon. They're meh. Anger, Phantom. This is your barbarian stand. Like tell me that's not just a stand. Oh, it is. We know it. I ain't blind. Barbarian stand. It gets power attack. Yippee. Yippee. Yeah, power attack is fine. Level 7 it can now rage. Yeah, it basically gets to rage. So gets slapped but do good damage. Ooh, Scorpion Contra. Ooh, that looks so cool. Oh, that looks so cool. I love robot scorpions. They're always cool. Scorpions are neat. Scary, but neat. How many apps does it have? Enough. Enough. Beast Eidolons for animals. They're pretty good. They run at people and then have intimidation roars. So some decent debuffing, but they mostly just sprint in and start swinging. They're very straightforward. Construct Eidolons. Oh, I will note, the Eidolon does change your magic. Summoners are like sorcerers. They can use any type of magic. So if you're a Takodachi, if you summon the Aberrant, you have occult spells. If you have an angel, you have divine magic. If you use a beast, you have druid magic, primal spells. And if you have a construct Eidolon, you cast like a wizard. Use arcane magic. So over on Lord Generic RPG, for those more tabletop inclined, you can check that out. I do have the spell list. I do have recommendations for newer players across all the spells. It's, Lord, did take a lot of time to make, but that is there. It's worth looking at, I think. It's worth perusing. So that can help. Really, they're all fine. They're all pretty solid. They put so many spells into this game. Because every time they release a book, they release new spells. So, whereas some of the spells used to have big weaknesses, you can normally get around it a lot better than you used to. So you can make a construct, which is cool. You can get a demon, dragon, a paladin stand that protects you, a fae. This is like a spellcaster focused summoner. That's the one I used. It's okay. It's okay. Ooze Eidolon. That's a new one. That's a new one. We did not have an ooze option. Neat. I can have a cube. I can have a gelatinous cube. Yippee. Finally, the black mold in my sink drain can talk to me. Yay. Oh, oozes give you arcane? Arcane's really good, so kind of surprised. Ooze physiology. They don't have ooze immunities, but gain resistance to half your level against acid crits and precision. That's excellent. That's a fantastic tanking buff. And bonus of mental effects. That's good. And they resist bleed. They gain the reach trait. Wait, Ooze Eidolon is kind of good, though. Maybe Slime Girls is where it's at. Hold up. These are really good traits. Level 17, Flowing Engulf Strike. W their speed. Ooh, and it's a reflex save where they engulf everyone they move through. That's pretty good, though. Plant Eidolons are good. They get a lot of reach. Great for grab builds. You get a Psychopomp, which is a spirit that escorts dead souls to the afterlife. Very anti-undead. You can be undead. Yeah. Pretty normal. Summoner doesn't seem to have changed too much. We'll do a quick perusal of their feats, I suppose. See if they got anything particularly nice. Your Eidolon moves faster. Your Eidolon gets a ranged attack. Yeah, nothing particularly different. Bloodletting Claws. Your Eidolon applies a bleed on crit. This is one of those things that's good at level 4, but you retrain out of it at like level 8 because it's 1d6 damage, but it never gets better. Never gets better. So it's just feels kind of bad at higher levels. Lifelink Surge. Lifelink Surge is nice. It puts fast healing on, so you can start healing. You take a lot of damage as a summoner player. It's fine. Psychopomp sounds like goth funk. A lot of goth stuff we'll talk about Psychopomps, so yeah, there's a reason for that. Blood Frenzy. Eidolon's Retort is a reactive strike. It's your attack of opportunity. Tandem movement is very big for summoner. This one's huge. It's one action, and both the player, or the summoner and the summon can move. They can both move once, because you got two characters, positioning them is kind of difficult. Take this, take act together, suddenly you get 5 actions a turn. That's kind of good, dude. But beyond that, it's like fine. Summoner just has their stuff still. They mostly just got the extra spell slots. I think that's all they needed. I do think that's all they needed. The meld... They changed meld into Eidolon at level 1. I didn't even notice. They have a feat where you can combine with your summoning. You can fuse together. It's bad. It's like a strict downside. Alright, so meld into Eidolon. 3 actions. Instead of summoning them, you become them. Right, and you're like, oh... Can I be a common rider? Can I henshin? Sounds cool, right? You can use your Eidolon statistics. You cannot act except to direct the Eidolon to unmanifest himself. Eidolon is the... Oh, they did make it better. So you are now spending your action to cast Boost Eidolon to up its damage the whole time. So it is better. You aren't losing in action. You aren't strictly worse. But it's still bad. You're still just a bad warrior character. You're a bad monster. Because you don't have spells, dude. You don't have all your spell options and your fancy stuff. So, you could... It's still an option to make a common writer. Still an option to make a transforming superhero. It's not a good one, though. There's better. There's literally a magical girl archetype. The Starlight Transformation. Or the Starlight Guardian, I think it's called. Just go with that. It's gonna work better. Alright, anything new on the feats? Surprising leap. What is this? Your Eidolon makes a jump, makes a strike, and then falls. As long as they can fall safely. Got it. Sure, whatever. Magical Onslaught. What is this? Level 10. Eidolon makes a melee strike against a creature, then you cast a 1 or 2 action cantrip. If the strike hits, are off guard against your spell or take a penalty to the save. And if they're the same type of damage, combine it. Ooh. Magical Onslaught is good. That's a very good, very, very good feat. Excellent, excellent. That's what I want to see. Yeah. This leverages both the warrior and the wizard at the same time. Combo hits are always cool. Magical Onslaught is very good. That's a great new feat. So we got Protective Bonds. That's a nice one for AoE spam, but like whatever. Your Eidolon can get shove and trip as well. You get the knockdown and push actions. Weighty Impact is very good. It means now they can hit the enemy and then try to trip them without a map penalty. Weighty Impact is excellent. But Magical Onslaught might be my pick of choice just because it's very cool. And Weighty Impact is realistically the same as giving yourself the 4th level fighter feat knockdown or slam down. Yeah, like it's a 4th level feat slam down. At level 10, it's good, but it's like not amazing. It used to work automatically, but they changed how monsters work a while back, so it no longer does. Grasping Limbs, however, getting the grab action on your attack, put that on a plant Eidolon for massive reach. Ooh, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. All right, what else we got? Anything else good? Cool art. Cool Unicorn Spirit Panther? Sabretooth? Spirit Sabretooth? I don't know what you are, but you're cool. Cool cat, bro. Piercing Jab. You do piercing attacks. As a strike hits, it grabs. Ah, you can just stab them and get a free grab effect. That's not bad. Piercing Jab is pretty good. When you use your... Ooh, this is also new. When you... Eidolon uses its reactive strike from the level 6 feat, Eidolon's retort. You strike and hit, you can reposition the target 10 feet. Also very good. Neat. Eidolon's trample. They can trample dudes. Sure. Your criticals can apply a debuff. Okay. That's about it. They're otherwise very much the same. Oh! The costs of lean culture. Claim another victim. Oh, thanks for the happy birthday. Hope you're having a nice day yourself. The costs of lean culture. Take another one. Yeah, I hate to see it. But yeah, that's Summoner. We're not gonna look at the plot. We're not gonna look at the story. There is... Ooh, I do want to see what these archetypes do. All right, so what's the Necromancer archetype got? Right. So you get your Necromancer cantrips, you get your basic feats. Can you summon dudes? Once per turn, you can summon one thrall. Yeah. So you can summon thralls, you are bad at it. But you will if you want to use the Necromancer focus points. It's just going to be very action expensive. But like, hey man, you put muscle barrier on yourself, that's worth 2 feats and 3 actions right there. That's an insane amount of defense up. It's still good stuff. It's still good stuff. Otherwise, yeah, Necromancer doesn't have anything particular. Runesmith, though. First off, this guy looks sick. Second off, very curious about Runesmith. You become trained in crafting. You get 2 runes in your repertoire. Wait, you get a repertoire of 2 runes. You choose 3, question mark, from the common runes on the rune list, as well as uncommon or rare. You gain 2, but you choose 3? I'm going to assume... Oh, you choose these. You choose these. My eyes. Yeah, we should call it soon. We should call it soon. Wow. You can etch runes. Etch runes carved, inked, or branded. Yep. Normal rune stuff. You can have... Oh, you can make the... Wait, you can etch? You can get the permanent runes? You can only do 1 at a time. But that means you can get the permanent +1 to shield AC. That means you can do the permanent shield AC. And then at level 9... level 9, you can get the permanent hardness buff against ranged attacks. Ooh, you can stack that shield. Oh, you can stack that shield. Thick, buddy. All right, you might be able to do some good things just benefiting from passives. Passive stacking is always powerful, dude. Always very, very powerful. Yeah, and you can you can pop 1 rune. Honestly, I think that's still very good. I think Runesmith dedication is very powerful. Very powerful. Summer dedication is still bad. Yeah, they have lower stats. Now, I remember... Oh, they fixed Captivator dedication. This used to be level 4, now it's level 2. So it's like a spy seduction dedication. These are called archetypes, for those unfamiliar. In Pathfinder, when you get feats, you can choose to not take class feats. So you can be like, hey, I'm a fighter. I don't want to be a fighter. I'm good enough at fighting. The base fighter stats are great. I want to spend my feats on Captivator or Runesmith dedication. I want to multi-class not by taking levels in these things, but by picking a few perks and feats from them instead. There's one. This is the one I saw was absurd. Hedge Maze. Apparently, Hedge Mage is insane. A Hedge Mage means a poor mage who's a joke. He's like a country mage who's self-taught, right? No one respects a hedge mage. But we'll see. So you have a keepsake for magic. Sure. A keepsake for your magical studies. Got it. It holds 4 cantrips. You prepare 2. You can get basic spellcasting. Wait. Yeah. Each time you gain a spell slot of a new rank, you add 3 common first rank spells. Huh. Yeah, like selecting skill. That's exactly how it is, Astrop. You can, instead of picking a high level skill from your class, you can pick a lower level skill from other classes to make a broader character with that's not as tall. Very useful in its own way. Oh, welcome in, Raiders. Hey, Neptune. Hey, welcome in, everyone. I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior. It's my birthday, but I don't have anything planned because I didn't have time to think about that stuff, so I didn't plan anything. So instead, I am reading RPG books. We are reading Impossible Magic, the new rulebook and class book from Pathfinder 2nd Edition. We're actually looking at some of the archetypes, some of the optional cross-classing ways to broaden out your character. And thank you. It is my birthday. I hope you're all having a wonderful day as well. How you doing? Hey, welcome in, everyone. All right, so why does everyone think Hedge Mage is crazy? What does this thing have? Seems like a normal caster so far. You can get Detect Magic. Okay, sure. Tender Menstruations, 1 action. Your next action is to cast a non-cantrip spell to target a single creature. You can reduce their frightened condition. If it's an animal, you can remove Confused. Cute. You're doing good. Hope your day's been going well. Nice. Well, I hope whatever you were doing was a lot of fun as well. And be sure and go take care of yourself first before anything else. Grab some more water. We all know how it is in the streaming world. Go stretch. Go stand up from that chair. Let it cool down a little. You know what I mean? All right, y'all take care though. And otherwise, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, Humble Spell. What is this? Level 6. 1 action. Basic spells, basic moves. You do without flamboyant gestures or signs of power. If your next action is to cast a non-cantrip spell, it loses the Manipulate trait and gains the Subtle trait. Oh, they can't tell that you're casting a spell at all? Ooh, that's good. Like, that's okay on the combat side, but again, think of it in the role-playing side. If your wizard can just do things and they don't know that you're casting anything at all, that's really good, dude. That's super, super good. Oh, and I need to do shoutouts. I keep forgetting to do shoutouts. It's so bad. The real problem is that I set up an auto thing to let me do shoutouts quickly, but it's broken, and I haven't gone and fixed it. I haven't gone to make it actually work well. I'll figure it out one of these days. Humble Spell seems very good, though. The ability to just hide your magic entirely is some insane storytelling power. Insane power. Like, just in role-playing, you can do so much with that. What else we got? Practical Magic. Aw. Temporary Spell Catalyst. You know the formula for common spell catalysts. You can make 2 for free a day. Interesting. So spell catalysts are one-use items that buff specific spells. There aren't that many of them. Compared to the number of spells in the world, there aren't that many. Is this a D&D thing? This is a D&D thing. We're reading the new rulebook for Pathfinder 2nd edition, which is D&D. It's D&D with better rules. Just straight. It's just D&D, but the math doesn't fall apart if you look at it too hard for 5 seconds. That's the only difference, realistically. What else do we got, though? Cantrip Supreme. What? You can prepare 10 additional cantrips? What? That's a... I know they're not good, but that's a lot of cantrips. Wait, if you're already a wizard to start with, that puts you at like... God, you get 2 just for taking Hedge Mage at level 2, so that puts you at 17 cantrips? Huh? Huh? Okay. Cool. I don't know what you're gonna do with that many, but like, you know, Finally, you can be Aqua from Konosuba. Spend all your skill points on party tricks. Like, now is the time to learn every party trick spell. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Simple mastery. If your next, once per 10 minutes, so once a fight, realistically. If your next action is to cast a non-cantrip, you cast a spell as though it is one rank higher? Up to the highest rank spell? Oh, you just get free higher rank spells? Yo! Hedge Mage got it going on, though. This... Oh, dude, this class is good. Well, archetype, not class, but wow. Yeah, damn. That's super strong. If you play a spell blending wizard, the Megumin wizard, where you put all your spell slots in a blender to make them stronger, so you just get only your strongest spells. You can be the potion seller. I'm going into battle. I require your strongest spells. None other. It takes 2 spells to make a spell 1 rank higher for spell blending wizard. This guy just gets it. He just does it. That's so good. Yeah, it's D&D, but the math doesn't fall apart. 17 cantrips! Here's the thing. 17 cantrips is fine. Because you're not going to trivialize a fight. You're still just a wizard. Monsters are scary. They're dangerous. They're strong. Basic spells aren't going to let you just mess around with them. But it means you're picking up message, shield, prestidigitation, thaumaturgy. You're picking up all the weird spells. And in role-playing situations, weird spells like that have a lot of very valid use. Very valid use. Keepsake of Power. See, now I'm in. This archetype rules. Increase limit on invested items from 10 to 12. Whatever. Community needs, level 14. Spend 10 minutes to empty one of your prepared spell slots. Prepare a different spell from your keepsake in its place. So that's why you learn so many low-level spells. Level 14, I can just buy the Costco value pack of low-level scrolls and keep them in the bag of holding. You can just buy every scroll you could want at low levels and just have them. Living Nexus. Neat. Oh, you are a walking ley line, I guess. Yeah, you absorb others' magical energy. You are not overflowing. Another creature uses a magical effect as a reaction. Store some of their magic. Become overflowing. Is this... Are you a shonen protagonist? This is a shonen protagonist? Alright. And if you're overflowing, you gain Overflowing Blade. Coach your weapon or unarmed strike. Make a melee strike. Do bonus force damage. You are no longer overflowing. Oh. Oh, so you put this on like... You put this on like the fighter or the ranger or the monk, and every time their wizard friend casts a spell, it charges them up. And then they get extra damage. He looks like a cultivator. This dude is clearly a cultivator. He's cultivating hard. But you just get extra... That's very interesting. It means your caster is buffing your warrior, just not on purpose, just doing it for free. Also, you get a bonus to saving throws against spells. That's pretty good just on its own. This is an interesting one. All right, what you got? Inspired Memory. You get bonus recall knowledge. About creatures whose magic you have absorbed. Okay. Aether Blast. You spend the overflow to fire you fire a Hadoken at someone. Got it. As a reflex save against your Nexus DC. Ooh, what determines that? For an ability gained is your Nexus class DC or spell DC. Ah, it's whatever your highest DC is. Got it, got it. Well, you can one action Hadoken. Honestly, D12 with a reflex save? It's not bad. It scales slowly, but one action range saving throw is not bad. The taste of magic. You gain scent. Neat. All right, this is a cool one. Harness natural. All right, flexible nexus, level 6. Each time you do an ability, you may change it from force to void. Harness natural magic. Once per 10 minutes. Oh, you could just choose to be overflowing. But if you have a wizard friend, that's not a problem. Surging Smash. Make a melee strike, create a 30-foot cone of energy. Ooh. Ooh. And it hits the guy you're punching, so that's 3d6 more damage on a fortitude save. Anyone who crit fails is knocked prone. Ooh. Alright. Surging Smash is pretty cool. Aether Beam. Fire a beam in a 60-foot line to push everyone back. It's just Magic Goku? Are you Magic Goku? Absorb overflowing to heal HP. This is very... This is what you put on the one warrior in a party of wizards. This is legit the one warrior in a party of wizards. He's just using all the excess wizard energy, man. Those wizards, they gotta blow off stress. You know how it is. Yeah, what class would I like to be if I were in a fantasy story? In a fantasy story, I think personality-wise, I got a real stick up the butt. I'm a very rigid person. And that's just naturally. I'm like not a narc, but I am someone who's very like, I do the right thing because it's the correct thing kind of person. Which is something I work on. I used to be a lot worse about it. So from there, I feel like I'd end up a champion, aka a paladin. That's probably the closest analog to me. I tend to like, in fantasy settings, slow, chonky boys with thick armor. I like being bruisers and heal tanks that grind the enemy into dust, which means paladin is even more my thing most of the time. So it just tends to match up my style the best. Also, paladins usually are OP in most games. I'm not gonna lie. They're usually OP. That helps. That helps a lot. Soul Forger, that's an old one. Like they just Spell Shifter. Alright. Well, Veiled Dancer. Alright. I'm gonna have to look at the rest of this book later, though. It's late. Oh, hey, Austin. Hey, you showed up just in time. Yeah. As I stretch. Try to uncoil myself. You know how it is. Speaking of other people. Oh, Speaking of other people. I need to... Alright, is this gonna work? It worked. Good. Speaking of other folk and streamers who need to stretch, that's me. So, hey. If you want, and you're on the Twitch side, you like Twitch TV, go check out our lovely raiders, Shoku Waddles. Wait, that was the wrong Shoku Waddles. There's two? Dang it. Dang it, Waddles has an underscore in their name. Life is so hard sometimes. Dang it. I can't shout out Waddles for 2 minutes. Life is so hard. This is why I should get that automation up, but like, we'll get there one of these days, I hope. Anyways, go check out Shoku Waddles and Neptune24. Both of them on Twitch. That's Shoku_Waddles, apparently, as I have now very forcibly come to realize. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your day. I hope you have a wonderful time. Oh, Austin, your streak got dropped? Damn, that's rough. I'm sorry about that. Twitch stream streaks are a pain in the butt. They're a pain in the butt. They drop half the time. If someone's connection is bad, Twitch will see it as like multiple streams, and it's guaranteed to just break everyone's watch streaks. It's a pain. But thanks for dropping by. And thank you all for dropping by. I appreciate you all. If you like Pathfinder, if you enjoy TTRPGs, or if you just feel nice, you know, I'll take a pity follow. Fuck it. I ain't above that. But hey, welcome in. I'm Lord Generic. It's my birthday. I cover a lot of tabletop RPG stuff. I do a lot of automation games and a lot of weird indie games no one has heard about, but I will drag people into. Unfortunately, we will suck them in by the toes. They will not be able to escape. We get them. But feel free to follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch at Lord Generic, and if you like RPG stuff, check us out at Lord Generic RPG on YouTube. Beyond that, you'll check us tomorrow. We got a collab with some wonderful folk, some fun folk. We got a Slay the Spire 2 collab. You might be surprised by who we're playing with, but you'll just have to show up at Lord Generic and find out yourself, won't you? But thank you for dropping by. Be sure and get up and stretch yourself. Take care of yourself. No, above all else, make sure you grab some water and look away from that gosh darn screen. Look away from those bright lights. Let your eyes rest, even if only for 10, 20 seconds. It'll help quite a bit. It'll help quite a bit. So thank you. Have a wonderful morning, evening. Good night. YouTube side, we must bid you adieu. Twitch side. Who can I send you to? The people I normally raid have raided me, telling me I've been going too late. Telling me I've been going far too late, that the end is nigh. Oh, thank God. Someone I know is on. Why don't you go say hi to Covert? He is playing, oh right, that extraction thing. Like a top-down extraction game? I'm not familiar with it, but it seems interesting, so go say hi. Hold on. I had a raid message. It also broke. Somehow. I like taking the week off. Maybe we'll go look at it. All right. I'll do that later. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Bye.